Welcome, everyone. Again, like always, planning on starting much earlier, but I decided, hey, I need to make myself a custom background for this episode as well for the actual thumbnail. And so I ended up sinking more time than I'd like to admit into that, but I feel like it ended up with a pretty good result and increasing my knowledge with Photoshop, so that's always good. So I'm still getting some stuff together, so in the meantime, we're just going to play this for now.
Man was Jacob. This is the question that cries out to us in what kind of man was Jacob? This is the question that cries out to us in episode after episode of his life. The first time we hear a description of him, he's called an ish tam, a simple, quiet, plain, straightforward man. But that's exactly what he seems not to be. We see him taking Esau's birthright in exchange for a bowl of soup. We see him taking Esau's blessing in borrowed clothes, taking advantage of their father's blindness. These are troubling episodes. We can read them midrashically. The midrash makes Jacob all good and Esau all bad. It rereads the biblical text to make it consistent with the highest standards of the moral life, and there's much to be said for this approach. Alternatively, we could say that in these cases, the end justifies the means. In the case of the birthright, Jacob might have been testing Esau to see if he really cared about it. Since he gave it away so readily, Jacob might have been right in concluding that it should go to somebody who valued it. In the case of the blessing, Jacob was obeying his mother, who'd received a divine oracle saying that the older shall serve the younger. Yet the text remains disturbing. Isaac says to Esau, "Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing." Esau says, "Isn't he rightly named Yaakov, supplanter? He supplanted me these 2 times. He took my birthright, and now he's taken my blessing." You don't hear similar accusations against any other biblical hero. Nor does the story end there. In this week's Parashah, a similar deceit is practiced on him. After his wedding night, he discovers that he's married Leah, not, as he thought, his beloved Rachel. He complains to Laban, What is this you have done to me? Wasn't it for Rachel that I served you? Why then have you deceived me? Laban replies, Lo 𤅅𐤉𐤑�🐀 bimkomenu, it is not done in our place to give the younger before the firstborn. It's hard not to see this as a
Wow, I never saw the connection between the two. Are you picking up on that? So the idea that the older has to come before the younger, and it's like kind of poking fun at the fact that Jacob took the birthright of the older despite the fact that he was the younger.
Yeah, no, I'd never picked it up on the birthright aspect. I'd picked up on the, first in, first out, and the whole idea of, you wanted to marry my daughter? You worked for me for 7 years. Here's my daughter. You can marry her. Oh, you didn't know I had 2 daughters? Sorry.
He definitely knew. Come on.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying I was making a joke out of it.
Yeah.
Where it's the same thing that Jacob, exactly. It was very apparent, the whole as you sow, so shall you reap. The very sorts of tricks that he pulled on Esau was the same thing that happened to him when he was looking for a wife. Tag.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those things like, oh, he got his comeuppance.
Precise measure for measure retribution.
And so, there's actually an interesting tradition that if it had, like, if Esau would have, like, been more righteous and, like, had, which, I mean, again, it's not to say that he was unrighteous, but, like, if he had been more or whatever, that he would have merited to marry Leah and that Jacob would have gotten Rachel.
No, I hadn't heard that one. Again, it's not like you can say with Cain. Cain was clearly wicked, but,
Yeah.
The younger Jacob pretended to be the older Esau. Now the older Leah has been disguised as the younger Rachel. A fundamental principle of biblical morality is at work here. Midah keneged midah, measure for measure. As you do, so shall you be done to. Yet the web of deception continues. After Rachel has given birth to Joseph, Jacob wants to return home. He's been with Laban long enough. Laban urges him to stay and tells him to name his price. Jacob embarks on an extraordinary course of action. He tells Laban he wants no wages at all. He says, let Laban remove every spotted or streaked lamb from the flock and every streaked or spotted goat. Jacob will then keep as his hire any newborn spotted or streaked animals that are born to this unspotted, unstreaked flock. It's an offer that speaks simultaneously to Laban's greed and his ignorance. He seems to be getting Jacob's labor almost for nothing. After all, the chance of unspotted animals giving birth to spotted offspring seems very remote. Jacob knows better. In charge of the flocks, he goes through an elaborate procedure involving peeled branches of poplar, almond, and plane trees, which he places with their drinking water. The result is, we read, that they do in fact produce streaked and spotted offspring. How exactly this happened has intrigued the commentators. Most of them assume that it was some miracle, God's way of assuring Jacob's welfare. But scientists argue that Jacob must have had a basic knowledge of genetics, because 2 unspotted sheep can produce spotted offspring because they have recessive genes. Jacob had doubtless noticed this after many years of tending Laban's flocks. Others have suggested that prenatal nutrition can have an epigenetic effect. That is, it can cause a certain gene to be expressed, which might not have happened otherwise. Had the peeled branches of poplar, almond, and plane trees been added to the water the sheep drank, some organism under the bark might have affected the agouti gene that determines the color of fur in sheep and mice. Anyway, however it happened, the result was dramatic. Jacob became rich. In this way, says the Bible, the man grew exceedingly prosperous and came to own large flocks and maidservants and manservants and camels and donkeys. Inevitably, Laban and his sons felt cheated. Jacob sensed their displeasure, and having taken counsel with his wives, and being advised by God himself that he should leave, departs while Laban is away sheep shearing. Laban eventually discovers that Jacob has fled and pursues him for 7 days, catching up with him in the mountains of 𐤅𐤊. The text at this point is fraught with accusation and counter-accusation. Laban and Jacob both feel that they have been cheated. They both believe that the flocks and herds are rightfully theirs. They both regard themselves as the victims of the other's deceitfulness. The end result is that Jacob finds himself forced to run away from Laban, as he was earlier forced to run away from Esau, in both cases in fear of his life. So the question returns, what kind of man was Jacob? He seems anything but an ishtam, a straightforward man. And surely this is not the way for a religious role model to behave, in such a way that first his father, then his brother, then his father-in-law accuse him of deceit. What kind of story is the Torah telling us in the way it narrates the life of Jacob? One way of approaching an answer is to look at a specific literary character, often a hare, or in African-American tradition, the character of Brer Rabbit, in the folk tales of oppressed people. Henry Louis Gates, the American literary critic, has argued that such figures represent the creative way the slave community responded to the oppressor's failure to address them as human beings created in the image of God. Such oppressed individuals have a fragile body but a deceptively strong mind. Using their intelligence to outwit their stronger opponents, they're able to deconstruct and subvert in small ways the hierarchy of dominance that favors the rich and the strong. These characters represent the momentary freedom of the unfree, a protest against the random injustices of the world. And that, it seems to me, is what Jacob represents in this, the early phase of his life. He enters the world as the younger of 2 twins. His brother is strong, ruddy, hairy, a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while he is quiet, a scholar. Then he has to confront the fact that his father loves his brother more than him.
Wow.
And then he finds himself at the mercy of Laban, a possessive, exploitative, and deceptive figure who takes advantage of his vulnerability. Jacob is the man who, as almost all of us do at some time or other, discovers that life is unfair. What Jacob shows by his sheer quick-wittedness is that the strength of the strong can also be their weakness. So it is when Esau comes in exhausted from the hunt and is willing impetuously to trade his birthright for some soup. So it is when the blind Isaac is prepared to bless the son who will bring him venison to eat. So it is when Laban hears the prospect of getting Jacob's labor for free. Every strength has its Achilles heel, its weakness, and this can be used by the weak to gain victory over the strong. Jacob represents the refusal of the weak to accept the hierarchy created by the strong. His acts are a kind of defiance, an insistence on the dignity of the weak vis-a-vis Esau, or the less loved vis-a-vis Isaac, or the refugee in Laban's house. In this sense, he is one element of what historically it has been to be a Jew. But the Jacob we see in these chapters is not the figure whom ultimately we are called on to emulate. And we can see why. Jacob wins his battles with Esau and Laban, but only at the cost of eventually having to flee in fear of his life. Quick-wittedness is only a temporary solution. It is only later, after his wrestling match with the angel, that he receives a new name, that is, a new identity as Yisrael, Israel, because you have struggled with God and with men and have overcome. As Israel, he is unafraid to contend with people face to face. He no longer needs to outwit them by clever, but ultimately futile stratagems. His children will eventually become the people whose dignity lies in the unbreakable covenant they make with God. Yet we can see something of Jacob's early life in one of the most remarkable features of Jewish history. For almost 2,000 years, Jews were looked down on as pariahs. Yet they refused to internalize that image. Just as Jacob refused to accept the hierarchies of power or affection that condemned him to be a mere second best. They, like Jacob, relied not on physical strength or material wealth, but on qualities of mind. In the end, though, Jacob must become Israel, because it is not the quick-witted Vic, the hero of moral courage, who ultimately stands tall in the eyes of humanity and God. Shabbat Shalom.
So Jacob is sort of the shaft of ancient Mesopotamia. He's a complicated man. Nobody understands him but his women. Tag.
The Shaft? What do you mean?
Yeah, Shaft, Richard Roundtree Shaft, the old blaxploitation movie.
Oh. Before my time.
They did a remake back in the 90s, which was also before your time.
Yeah, it's interesting though how, like, depending on how you interpret it, either Jacob's a thief or he's merely taking like the motivation, or not motivation, but like the initiative to like basically to receive the blessing that his brother doesn't care about. But the thing is, that's only one interpretation. The other interpretation is that he deceived him.
Exactly. It's like why didn't Rebecca talk to Isaac, about about the issues between Jacob and Esau? Why go to deception instead of being straightforward about it? Tag.
Yeah. Here, let me just find one more thing and then we'll start reading.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Squawk.
That's Limu's line.
Let's see.
We're EF Ultimate Break, the best way to see the world for anyone 18 to 35. And our
Shalom. This week's Torah portion of Parashat Vayetze opens as Yaakov begins his journey to Padan Aram, to the family of his uncle Laban. Ostensibly, there are two compelling reasons for him to travel. One, his mother knew prophetically that Esav was angry over the blessing. Esav wants to kill Yaakov, so Rebekah wants Yaakov to go away for a while until Esav cools down. And secondly, at the end of last week's portion of Parashat Toldot, Yitzchak also commanded his son Yaakov to travel to Rebekah's family, there to marry a girl from the house of Laban. Our portion begins in chapter 28 and verse 10. We read, "And Yaakov departed from Beersheba and went towards Charan. He encountered the place and spent the night there, because the sun had set. He took from the stones of the place, which he arranged around his head, and lay down in that place." Every word in these short verses is replete with meaning. He encountered the place and spent the night there because the sun had set. We learn that God wanted Yaakov to arrive and pray at the site of the Holy Temple, and thus he caused the sun to set early so that Yaakov would tarry there. And the 12 stones which he took and placed around his head were from the very altar upon which Abraham had bound his father Yitzchak on this very spot. There are so many fundamental Torah ideas in our parsha, but today I would like to focus
I
on
think they
only
mean
one
his
concept,
son,
and that is
Yitzchak.
the meaning of upon which Abraham had bound his father Yitzchak would tarry there. And the 12 stones which he took and placed around his head were from the very altar upon which Avraham had bound his father Yitzchak on this very spot. There are so many fundamental Torah ideas in our Parsha, but today I would like to focus on only one concept, and that is the meaning of the ladder that Jacob saw in his dream. Torah tells us, and he dreamed, and behold, a ladder was set earthward, and its top reached heavenward. And behold, angels of God were ascending and descending on it. And behold, Hashem was standing over him. There are many questions about this vision of the ladder and the angels ascending and descending upon it. What was the purpose of the ladder? What is the significance of the angels and this idea of their ascending and descending? And what does it really mean that Hashem stood over him? Our sages share many ideas. Midrash Rabbah, cited by Rashi, describes the ladder as a spiritual transition point between the land of Israel and the lands beyond its borders. It states that the angels that had accompanied him in the land would not go out of the land, so they ascended to heaven, while the angels assigned to outside the land descended to accompany him beyond this point. But now open up your heart. One of the most important principles in understanding Torah's lessons about the forefathers is known in Hebrew as the principle of Ma'aseh Avot Siman Labanim. That what happened, what befell, what transpired for the forefathers is a sign for their children. And what as the principle of Ma'aseh Avot Siman Labanim. That what happened, what befell, what transpired for the forefathers is a sign for their children. These great men were prototypes through whom Hashem set historical processes into motion. They forged a path, and their lives are a blueprint for our own. The word sulam, meaning ladder, as it appears here in Parashat Vayetze, is written with the letters Samach, Lamed, and Mem. In a study on our Parsha, the Midrash Rabbah points out that the same letters that make up the word sulam can be rearranged to spell the word semel, a symbol. With this succinct comment, our sages draw our attention to the multiple levels of meaning of Yaakov's dream, and they encourage us to find meaning for our own lives in Yaakov's ladder. Torah is for all time, and so where do we fit in within Yaakov's dream? So open up your heart in the deepest way. Maimonides, the Rambam, writing in his famed Guide for the Perplexed, as well as many of the great Hasidic masters, they view Yaakov's dream as a sort of guide, a program for spiritual elevation. The latter alludes to our striving to connect between two levels of reality, between this lower, impermanent material world and the upper eternal world of spirit. Both realities are powered by and ruled over by the eternal God, and his presence permeates both. Thus the Rambam writes, and behold, Hashem was standing over him. This teaches us that one who properly ascends this ladder will assuredly reach the one who stands everlasting at the top. The word sulam, ladder, contains the gematria, the same numerical value as the word Sinai. At the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai, heaven and earth were connected in an example of perfect quantum entanglement between the spiritual and the material dimensions. In a sense, Torah itself is the ladder. The ladder / Sinai dynamic alludes to our capacity to connect these two levels within our human reality. We do have the ability to live in both worlds, despite the apparent contradictions. The soul is a spark of God within us, higher than even the essence of the angels. But the aspect of our material body is material, physical. Our job description as human beings upon this earth, our life's work, called our avodah, our service of God in this world, is to connect these two levels of reality. Throughout our lives, in everything we do and in every situation we encounter, we are firmly planted on the earth with our feet on the ground. As people, we serve God through action, trying our best to bring tangible goodness and change for the better into the world. At the same time, our heads must be in heaven, nurturing and developing our spiritual essence, and never losing sight of the higher vision. The ladder of life presents...
It's interesting. It's almost like this idea, like, imagine your body is in the water, but your head's above.
No, definitely. There's a lot you can take away from this. One of the ones that I always kind of liked was the parallels between Jacob's ladder and like a Kundalini rising awakening. And the idea of, the whole chakras being the ladder going up there, and enlightenment and Hashem, on the top there. And again, with the parallels between the chakra system and the Kabbalistic tree of life, it's not a total reach. Tag.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thought. One thing that I think you'll find interesting when we go into it, you definitely see some elements that are emblematic of certain elements of like Eastern traditions, specifically that of like the tradition of the lingam.
Oh, definitely.
And that connects with the tradition of the Beetulus, probably like the Beetulus stone.
Yeah, the requirement for the Betel stone is it needs to basically be a meteor. It needs to, that there tends to be that whole descent from heaven sort of concept. Tag.
Interesting. I wasn't aware of that specifically. Really?
Yeah, most of the ones that I've seen, they usually, like the omphalos for Delphi, the black stone with the cult of Sibyl. Yeah, most of those were thought to be meteorites that then got worshipped as cult objects. Yep.
It is possible, though, that those were the ones that were most revered and, by consequence, ended up surviving, as opposed to the ones that were not as revered and so maybe weren't kept as well and so deteriorated, or just because the material was made out of it, like deteriorated faster. You never know.
No, definitely. And again, you got your nickel iron, that's a very hard composition. The falling from the sky would give it more significance for the people, but any sort of nice, pretty object can get worshipped. Tag.
Basically, pretty, pretty, shiny, shiny.
My precious.
Now, the reference I was making was from this one show that I used to watch when I was a kid. My gym partner's a monkey. Have you ever heard of that?
No, that one I totally has escaped me. Never heard of that one before.
So it was basically you had this like human kid who went to an animal school, and like all the animals were like addicted to shiny objects, and so like I think someone ended up stealing like doorknobs or something because they were shiny and like literally hypnotizing them.
Interesting. No, that sounds like an interesting kid show.
Yeah. Oh, what did I do? Oops. Well, at least I just stopped sharing screen. I didn't stop the stream at all. That would be much worse. Let's see, share here.
Us with the greatest, most constant, and most urgent challenge of our lives, to be connectors between the materialism of this world and the true spiritual reality of existence. The Hebrew words sulam mutzav arza v'rosho magia hashamayma mean literally the ladder was set earthward and its top reached heavenward. That ladder starts down here with a man, but its root, its origin is in heaven, and it spirals down to earth. Man is the root of everything. He holds the key. Thus, the angels are described as ascending and descending in that order, because man's task is to lift up all of creation from bottom to top. In a teaching about the power of prayer, the Holy Baal HaTanya states that a person has to start from the bottom and work his way all the way up to reach heaven, to reach the echad, the unity of God. And through man's achievement, the angels ascend and descend through him. He is the ladder that connects heaven and earth. All of creation is elevated when a person ascends to the level of clinging to God, and all of creation plummets downwards, God forbid, when man descends. And it's deeper still. In his dream, the verse tells us Yaakov sees Hashem standing, in Hebrew, nitzav, standing over him. How is this manifest? Clearly, Yaakov did not see God in any physical sense. This was a spiritual experience. He was illuminated by the power and light of the divine presence. Now, there are numerous Hebrew words that can be used to describe standing, but in Hebrew, everything
There's
means something.
Odim.
And Torah's divine authorship broadcasts
Means
nuances
like plant
of meaning
yourself.
in every word and letter. Whenever a form of the
So
word
it's to stand
nitzav
and
is
not be
used for
moved.
standing, it conveys the concept of Ruach HaKodesh, a godly prophetic light that is being revealed. The angels who stood over Abraham back in Parashat Vayetze were described with the same word. Thus, the very wording of the verse testifies that the connection represented by the ladder becomes a conduit of godly blessing. When a person succeeds in connecting the dimension of the earthiness of his life to the soul of his life, to the soul of everything, to the inner spiritual dimension, to the godliness, to the aspect of Hashem in everything, then he himself is transformed into a conduit. He becomes a pipeline to bring blessing into the world. So open up your heart in the deepest way ever. The holy Rav Chaim of Volozhin in Nefesh HaChaim writes that this great secret is explicit in the words of verse 12, which state, "And behold, angels of God were ascending and descending in it." And the Hebrew word is bo, usually translated as in it in the letter, to reflect the simple meaning. But really, the word bo here literally means not in it, but in him. Yaakov himself is the ladder. This is the role of a human being, to stand firmly on the ground while connecting heaven and earth. We are the ladder for the angels to traverse. Through man, all of creation is completed. And again, there are so many levels of meaning. One of our sages' most well-known teachings is that through the imagery of the ladder and the angels is completed. And again, there is a verse, through man, all the role of a human being, to stand firmly on the ground while connecting heaven and earth. We are the ladder for the angels to traverse. Through man, all of creation is completed. And again, there are so many levels of meaning. One of our sages' most well-known teachings is that through the imagery of the ladder and the angels ascending and descending, the Holy One, blessed be he, showed Yaakov a symbolic portrayal of the stages of future history. He showed him a vision of the various exiles that his children would have to endure. In this view, the angels represented the ministering angels of the kingdoms that would rule on earth and subjugate his children in exile. In his dream, Yaakov beheld the ministering angel, that is, the angelic chief of the nation of Babylon, ascend and descend, followed by that of Media and Greece and Edom, Rome. The Midrash Psikta de Rav Kahana adds a startling insight. Hashem said to Yaakov, "Now you ascend the ladder." But Yaakov was afraid to ascend, saying, "Just as others have ascended only to descend, perhaps I would also only rise to descend. So I will not ascend so as not to have to descend." And God assured him that he and his children would not descend. But still Yaakov was afraid and would not climb up. So open up your heart deeper than ever before in your whole life to the words of this Midrash. The Holy One, blessed be he, then responded to Yaakov, "If you had only believed, not climb up." So open up your heart deeper than ever before in your whole life to the words of this Midrash. The Holy One, blessed be he, then responded to Yaakov, "If you had only believed in me and climbed up, you never would have experienced exile. But since you did not go up and you did not believe, your children will have to serve those empires." Yaakov was frightened and asked, "Master of the universe, will it be that way forever?" And Hashem comforted Yaakov and told him, "In the end, I will redeem them." As the prophet Jeremiah expresses in chapter 30, "Do not fear my servant Jacob, and do not be afraid, Israel. For behold, I am saving you from distant places and your descendants from the land of their captivity." But this homiletical teaching conveys a staggering idea. Hashem said to Yaakov, "Climb up to me. If only you would have believed me and taken this leap of faith, everything could have been different. You need to know and believe that I have your back." A ladder is not a place for staying put. It's not a chair. It's not a comfortable place to sit. It's used for
That is
either
very true.
going up or going down. Our goal is to constantly rise in ascending levels of love and fear of God, good deeds and acts of kindness. And you have to proceed carefully on a ladder, slowly,
So
from
it's
rung
funny
to rung,
because
especially
when I
as
was a kid, I thought it would be the coolest thing ever to have like your room in an elevator. That way you could go, like, it's almost like a mobile house that you can go up and down. But it's like, practically it's obviously ridiculous. But I mean, I was a kid thinking that. But like, basically an elevator is the version of a ladder where you go up and down, but you can also just stay in it. Like, you don't have to be moving yourself. And it's almost like you're being moved, but not of your own agency.
Why am I getting echoes of Willy Wonka here? And the Great Glass Elevator. I was going to say, one of the things listening through there, did they actually leave Assyria off the list of nations that enslaved the descendants?
So this is an interesting thing when they refer to Babylon, they're referring to Assyria. It's basically Assyrio-Babylonia.
Well, I find that kind of strange since they mentioned the Medes, and the Medes were an empire for about 100 years, and as opposed to the Assyrians, which had a good several millennia plus run. You had the ancient Assyrian, then you had the Near Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians were the ones that had taken Judea. They were the ones that enslaved Judea the first time around.
Wait, but what do you mean?
Well, it was the Assyrians who came down and
They destroyed the northern kingdom, but they
the northern kingdom. Yeah, they destroyed the northern kingdom.
Yeah, but they subjugated this. Basically, the south capitulated and became a vassal state of Assyria.
Right, and that's why it's like I'm not quite sure. Again, I was just curious if the Assyrians were actually left off of that list, because from my way of looking at it, there's no way they should have been, and I don't see Babylon and Assyria as equatable. So I guess that's just me.
I mean, so the reason is because the Chaldeans were Assyrian, right?
Well, Chaldeans were probably closer to Hittite. If you're going with being Urfa in Turkey.
Wait, no, wait, Urfa? Urfa is Haran.
No, Urfa is near Haran. Urfa and Haran aren't the same, I didn't think.
Oh. Oof. I've got a bit of indigestion. Let's see. History. Oh, I think you're right, yeah. Wait, so then what am I thinking of? No, there's two Orphas then.
Well, I was going to say the traditional one was always i.e., in the Sumerian down in southern Mesopotamia. And I'm much more leaning towards, like I said, Urfa, which makes the sense. Haran is right on their way to Canaan.
Let's see. So, Orpha. Anyway, wait. What is it we were talking about before? Oh, right. Chaldea. So Chaldea.
If I remember right, there's no real solid consensus.
So, let's see, the Neo-Assyrian. Oh, this is interesting. But honestly, I feel like on some. Let's see. Actually, yeah, let's see. How does Judaism view the Assyrians? Let's see. Interesting. Honestly, I mean, have you looked into the fact that, like, I think, I mean, a lot of, honestly, this probably has something to do with the Assyrian conquest, but that there's a lot of, like, similarities between Assyrian and Jewish culture, especially, like, in the names of the months.
Well, they're getting that from old school Mesopotamia. That was Babylon and such had the, Nisan and all those for their months. Part of the reason I ask about Assyria specifically is one of my, ideas, that are still in the working stage, is that the Bible isn't just a history of the Jewish people, it's a history of the Semite people. In which case, the Assyrians, they're Semites as well, and it would be part of their history as well, and you'd have a larger interpretation schema, which would include them in addition to just the Jewish people tag, and also that would also include like the Arabs and stuff under Ishmael. It's pretty much tying together all of the Semite history, not just the Jews, and that's sort of a interpretation level, that schema that I've been playing around with. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just forgot to mention it, but I do feel like on some level, because the Syrians and Babylonians had a rivalry, and so the Babylonians were the ones who actually exiled the Jews, whereas the only ones who were really exiled from the northern kingdom were the elites, and so there was probably a level of, because like you can even see with Amos, there's this anti-elite mentality amongst the populace that really starts growing after the earthquake of, I forget when it happened, but it was the great earthquake of Jerusalem, and basically people saw it as a sign, and so people started like kind of rebelling against like the nobility, and I think a big thing that you could connect with that is that really the only ones who would have hated Assyria were the ones who were forcibly deported by them. And since everybody else was kind of just chill in their own land, and now they weren't like, I mean, probably they're like, yeah, the adults have left the house, now we can do whatever we want. But that basically you don't really have that many people having an issue with Assyria in the grand scheme of things. Whereas with Babylon, there was a larger exile, which still wasn't as large as a lot of people think, but it's not for nothing that you end up with a good amount of Jews in diaspora by the time of the construction of the Second Temple. And so with that, I think that it's really important to look at the fact that what is it that it was due to the Babylonians forcibly relocating a lot of Jews, or basically creating Jews by taking Judeans out of their home.
No, I hear what you're saying. For me, it's one of those. I have a couple issues there. One of those is Nebuchadnezzar's second trip to Jerusalem, where he actually, did the exiling. That one isn't well reflected in either the archaeological or the historical written record. The only place we have reference to that is the Bible. So to me, that's an open question whether that event specifically happened. But in general, the way of conquest that usually happened there was exactly what you said. Is you'd come in, you'd take over a city, and you'd exile their elites, put your elites in charge instead. A lot of times you'd take their elites and make them, part of your court, or, make them useful for you, but you remove them from their power base. Where they're still useful, they still have their skills, but they don't have their support system. So you can have both the city you conquered and the people who did there. And it was just that Syria did that, Babylon did that. Most of the conquering peoples did that at the time. Tag.
Yeah, it's basically the equivalent of having a giant company buying out another company, taking their senior staff, switching them to like one of your leadership boards, and then putting like your previous staff to be on the executive board of the company you just took over.
Exactly.
Which is basically what happens today.
Didn't they say something? The more things change, nothing new under the sun, yada yada.
The more they stay the same.
Start to go higher. At times, you feel something holding you back from the next step, and you have to pause. You hesitate before climbing higher. But when we overcome this hesitation and it passes, then the achievement of climbing higher is even greater. Each of us is on this ladder, and each of us is this ladder, sometimes moving up, sometimes hesitating, or even losing our footing and falling back a few steps. But even falling is a part of our ascent, called by our holy sages a descent for the purpose of rising up. When we realize and learn to truly internalize with faith that every challenge along the way is for the ultimate good, even in the most difficult situations, then we can begin to get a glimpse, however fleeting, we can start to see who it is that's standing over us at the top of the ladder. Thank you for joining us for this week's Jerusalem Lights Torah portion. As you can see, the scenery is changing. Hope you like our office. May we all progressively and steadily ascend the ladder and merit to connect heaven and earth, always remembering who is standing over us at the top of the ladder. Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, no, I've often wondered who's stomping on my hand sometimes when I try to climb the ladder. Tag. You're muted.
Sorry, I'm trying to find something else in the meantime. But yeah, I really like the. Oh, actually, that's a good. Let's see. Jacob's ladder. Here. Wait, what did I just click on? I did not mean to click on that. I'm trying to find something that's not just like BS. Which, I mean, to be fair, not to say that's BS, but like within the context of Judaism. That's not something that's outside of that. Because there's nothing wrong with that, but, you know, for the sake of this, I'm trying to stay within. Let's see. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to listen to any Torah class from someone who says the Old Testament or refers to Jesus. It's like, it's one thing if I want to listen to a Christian thing, but like, don't say that it's, and I guess you could argue it's no different than referring to God as Allah, but being a Christian or a Jew. But let's see. Let's see. I am. Oh, what's it? I have no clue.
Now here's a sight for sore eyes, more trees than you could shake a stick at. The Toledano tradition is unique, or at least it was unique. Other traditions are following on now, in that it uses two diagrams, the Tree of Life and Jacob's Ladder. Jacob's Ladder, apparently, I wasn't there so I don't actually know, but apparently it went into hiding when Lurianic Kabbalah came into the forefront in the 16th century. Isaac Luria's own images were very, very different. And this was in hiding. It didn't come out into the mainstream, into the public domain, until about 1974. And it wasn't my teacher, Zev Ben Shimon Halevi, who brought it out into the public domain, but somebody else. But since then, he's been the one who's been explaining it, talking about it, and making it as real to Kabbalists as this diagram here. And if you see up there, what we've got is four worlds. Four different worlds. We've got the physical, the psychological, the spiritual, and the divine. And up until the 1970s, they used to be represented, wrong one, on the Tree of Life in this level. The red was the physical world, the purple was the psychological, the blue was the spiritual, and the white was the divine. And people cope with that perfectly well, but Jacob's Ladder here explains it so much more succinctly. There's the red physical world, which links in with the purple psychological world because the two are intertwined, and then the blue spiritual world, and then the white divine world. And you can see that each one dovetails into the other because every world has an effect on the world above it and the world below it. The physical world, well, if you've got a psychological problem, you're going to feel it in your body sooner or later. And if you've got a physical problem, you certainly feel it in the psyche. And this can also demonstrate how the law of attraction works, because a thought, which is Berea, the spiritual world, can then impinge on the psyche, which can then work through to the physical body. And of course, if you have a thought in the psychological world, then in the spiritual world, it's linked to the collective unconscious, and that's what will help to bring the event or the item or the experience to you. Adam Kadmon, the divine baby, if you remember, we talked about him in another of the tapes, is at this level. This is the perfect world where all our souls come from and to which all our souls will return, because we will all perfect, which is a bit of a relief. This is the spiritual world of the archangels. This is the world of the angels and of the human psyche. And this is mostly the world of the animals. Animals come up to about this level. And here, this is Tiferet in the psychological world, right here. And this is the place that basically links heaven and earth. It's what Jesus of Nazareth called the kingdom of heaven. Because where we're here in the solar plexus chakra, we're totally aware of the physical body. We're in the center of the psyche, so we are centered, and we're at the base of the spiritual world, so we can get divine intervention down.
Interesting, but that's definitely more like hermetic.
Yeah, I was going to say, up until the time where she started talking about the law of attraction, I really didn't disagree with much of what she was saying. I think the law of attraction has been done to death, though. Tag.
Yeah, it's like at the end of the day, I think there is some truth to it, just in the way that it's like, you know, if you're sad, people won't want to be around you. But it's like I think people take it way too far, where it's like they think that if they want something that they'll get it. It's like, I don't know. I feel like it can really psychologically damage people.
Yeah, it's a tool, but too many people, once they learn it, it becomes like a hammer where every problem they have then becomes a nail. And they just start smashing that hammer on everything.
Yeah. All right, here, this should be good. We're not going to.
Hello, dear friends, and welcome to our show, Secrets of the Eternal Book. And with us, as always, is Dr. Michael Leitman. Hello. And today we're going to talk about the Vayetze portion, literally meaning, and he left. Vayetze, show number 1. So I'd like to start by asking, for some people, it's enough to simply know about what's going on, but it's a superficial layer. But nonetheless, it's important. Yeah, it keeps a person. Yeah, there are people that nothing interests them, and there are people that want to experience it all, feel it. And this is what we're talking about on our show, how to sympathize with our inner hero. And this chapter is practically entirely about Yaakov. There was Abraham, then Isaac. From Isaac came Jacob. And so, how can a person sympathize, identify with, experience this inner feeling of Yaakov inside of us, experience what he experiences? Everything that it says about in the Pentateuch talks about our inner states. And altogether, we experience the entire world inside of ourselves. It seems to us as outside of ourselves, but we experience and feel it inside of ourselves. And every action, every object, whatever happens, resonates, echoes in my desires. And therefore, I can perceive darkness, light, big, small, red, white, gases, the earth, plants, people, everything. It's all reflected in my desires. And when I go through these different feelings, emotions in my development, then it seems to me that the world's changing, but actually I'm the one that's changing. My desires, my qualities are changing, and this is how I reveal the world more and more. So it's not the world, I'm the one that changes. Of course, but it's hard to grasp and understand, but still. Today, physicists actually are starting to come closer to that
I'm sorry, that's just a
as a
whole lot
result of all the
blah blah blah. I mean, I'm sure it's interesting, but I'm trying to find something a bit more time friendly.
You're saying it's interesting to somebody out there, but not to you.
Basically. All right, this should be good.
Do you ever feel really down? If so, listen to this.
Honestly, I kind of have lately. I don't know. It's probably just the winter. I usually like winter. It's just, I don't know. Been boring lately.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Inspiring Hope. This is your weekly boost of uplifting Jewish inspiration. I'm Rabbi Tzvi Sittner on behalf of the Village Shul and 𝐤𝐷.com. I want to thank you all for listening. I also want to thank this week's sponsors. Today's sponsorships come from 3 different countries. The first one from the U.S. in San Antonio, Texas, dedicated in honor of Brian Feld's birthday from his wife, Lizette, and 3 children, Hannah, David, and Adam. Happy birthday to Brian. Nextly, our sponsorship comes from La Paz, Bolivia, from Sarah and Yosef Applebaum in memory of their father, mother-in-law, and father-in-law, Yisrael Yaakov ben Mordechai Ari, Tzipporah ben Shmuel and Eliezer, Zisha ben Yosef, Alea Shalom, may the neshamos have an aliyah. Lastly, our sponsorship is from Toronto, Canada, and that's Aaron and Kathy Quinter and family in memory of Aaron's mother, Betty Quinter Basia Bas David Alea Shalom, may her neshama have an aliyah. Aaron's mother, Betty Quinter Basia Bas David Alea Shalom, may her neshama. Kathy Quinter and family in memory of Aaron's mother, Betty Quinter Basia Bas David Alea Shalom, may her neshama have an aliyah. So I had a conversation last week with a young lady who had been struggling with some really difficult life challenges. It actually led her into a deep depression. And we spoke for a while, and at the end of our conversation, I said, why don't you try getting out? Go walking for a little bit, get some fresh air. But she had absolutely no drive to do anything. The next day, I get an email. It says, I did it, full of exclamation points. I went walking and I feel great. And then the next day, another email and another one, and a few days in a row. I was blown away. Not because she walked, anybody could walk, but because she mustered up the inner strength to pull herself out of such a low, dark place and to get back on her feet, even though she didn't want to. You know, sometimes we feel like when we're down, there's just no getting up. But we learn a powerful lesson about how to rise up when we're down from Yaakov, Jacob. You know, he's leaving his house. He's off to meet his wife. He's off to start his own family. And it all seems so nice. La, 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 la. But little does he know what his future holds. That he's going to have a brother who wants to kill him. That he's going to have a sly father-in-law who cons him into marrying the wrong person. That his wife is going to pass away during childbirth. And that his son Yosef is going to be torn away from him. And so just before he goes off into this life full of challenges, Hashem shows him a dream of a ladder that goes from the dirt on the ground to the heavens, up to the skies. What was the purpose of the ladder? The sages teach us that the ladder was a critical message for him to get through those challenges that lie ahead. The ladder stood on the ground, but it reached up to the heavens. Because when a person is beaten down to the ground and feels entrenched and stuck, he cannot and should not lose hope of rising up once again. Perhaps Hashem is telling him that when you've hit rock bottom, and you may hit rock bottom, don't give up, but rather know that once you're at the bottom, there's only one way to go, and that way is up, just like the ladder. And the path to rising up is by taking it one step at a time. It's just like we say every single day in our prayers, Mashpil game o magbia shefali. Hashem lowers those who are high, and Hashem lifts up those who are low. Yes, there will be times that you literally feel so down to the ground, that you're so low, that you're just the furthest thing from heaven. But at those times, remember Yaakov's ladder. Remember to just take it one rung at a time. And remember that you're already at the bottom. And with Hashem's help very soon, things will only get better from here. Thank you so much for listening. If you want to send me a message or sponsor the next episode, just email me at hope@𝐤𝐷.com. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you next time.
All right, let's start. So let's see. What am I looking for here? We are on, in the meantime, let's see, where is it? All right, sorry. Just need to pull up one last thing. Let's see. So, I'm trying to think. What was it? There was something. I forget. I'm trying to think. What was it that I had been thinking about? It was really interesting and very relevant to what we're reading right now. Yeah, I can't quite remember. No, whatever. If it's important, it'll come back. Alright, let's see.
Exactly.
Oh, that's what it was. So you want to see something really cool?
Sure.
Here, I just need to find. Let's see. It was. I'm trying to think where it would have been. Let's see. Would have been pictures, I think. Or no, I must have. I added that. Okay, so hold on, give me one moment. I know where it was. Let's see. So it was. All right. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here, I found it. Okay. Let's see. Copy. Let me see if this works. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay, here. So, I'm gonna turn off the music. So, remember before, like, I mean, you know how they'll say like Hakadosh Baruch Hu, or like the Holy One, the Holy One, blessed be He, or you know that term?
No.
I'm trying to think. I could have sworn they said it in one of the videos, like I could have sworn they were using that language at one point, but basically that's something that's very, like, it's almost so actually, here, let me see if share stuff instead. The Holy One, blessed be He. So this is literally so wild when I realized this. Let's see. Here. Given this from it's a Hebrew Christian website, but for the sake of this, it's fine. Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, another name for God used specifically amongst Orthodox Jews instead of Hashem. In Jewish thinking, the Holy One, blessed be He, is one of the most commonly used designations for God. So this is like, I'm trying to see if this is ever used in a non-Jewish context. And it really doesn't seem like it. This is really fascinating. And you know why that's so fascinating?
No, why?
Because look where else it appears.
No, why?
So this is from the cycle, the ball cycle. Saddle an ass, harness a donkey, attach silver reins, a golden bridle, fasten reins to my she-ass. The holy and most blessed one obeyed. So what's interesting is that who doesn't necessarily imply like he, although implicitly it is, because hem can also be them. It can be them as him, but it can also be as a plural, like generality. So with this, like, basically, I'm trying to think, like, if you were to find how this was translated, I don't think it would have literally been translated like one as in the number one. It would have been like, basically, for all we know, it could have just been like this idea of kadosh mevorach, of like holy and blessed. But so if I reduce this down to the holy, let's see, the holy and blessed one. Okay, let's see. Still seems like it's only really showing up within. Wait, what's this? Carl Jung Psychology. Blessed one, the holy one, the fully. But in this context, you have the holy enlightened one. So that's different. And it's also a different cultural context. But yeah, I think I might be onto something, because what does it say that this thing that like really only seems to, let's see. You have Christians saying, why is God called the Blessed One? Okay, this is interesting. Wow. So look at this. So apparently in Revelation 26, you have blessed and holy is the one who shares in the first resurrection. The second death has no power over them, but they will be. This is literally pulling on this tradition as well. But the point is, so you do have it very sparingly within a Christian context. You have Son of the Blessed One. Let's see, Holy Blessed One, but that's about the Amidah. The point is that you really only have this used within a Semitic context by Jews, very sparingly by Christians, but it probably had to do with Jewish Christians originally. What's interesting, though, is going back to this. So basically, this is talking about Baal. So this Baal and Anat go to Asherah. So, oh wait, someone's watching. I'm trying to see. Oh, no comments yet. So, so they go to Asherah. Wait, here, can I make this full screen? Any thoughts so far?
I was going to say, what you're talking about clearly echoes the ball cycle there.
Let's see. How do I?
With Baal and Asherah, that's where you're getting that from, right? The ball cycle,
Yeah,
Baal and Asherah going to Anat. Okay.
So look at this. So the holy and most blessed one obeyed Baal. And there's also a point where it says in the Hebrew Bible, no longer will you call me Baali, my Baal, you'll call me Ishi, my husband. But it also corresponds with a shifting of you, because probably what it was is originally you had Yod-He Vav-He, and the name that was used in place of that, rather than Adonai, might have been like Baalai or Baali. Which would just mean, my Baal as opposed to my Lord. It basically means the same thing, like my master versus my Lord. But with that, the point is you could read this as, Yahweh potentially. But so it says, so the holy and most blessed one obeyed. He saddled the ass. So it's very clearly saying that this is he. He harnessed the donkey. He attached silver reins. So if we read this as the holy and most blessed one, he, or be he basically means that he is. So the most, I don't know. The point is like Kadosh Baruch. It's the same order as well. It's not even it's not flipping the order at all. It's exact. I would like to see what it was originally in 𝐤��12 before being translated. I mean, given it was written, I think, in cuneiform, but the point is they still know the syllables, so I can probably approximate, at least at the very least, learn enough in order to find out what it meant directly. But,
no, quite possibly.
yeah.
Like I said, it's fascinating that 𝐤��12 actually had an alphabet in cuneiform.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's really, honestly, I feel like you said it. I've never really thought about it, but now that you mention it, it's like it is kind of that missing link in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no, 𝐤��12 is a very interesting city that way. It was again very much the crossroads of the old Bronze Age trading routes, especially by sea. They were like on the northern end of the Phoenicians there, or the Proto-Phoenicians that they were going to be becoming. And it's just south of the Hittites and the Hurrians, all there, and the Greeks, right by Cyprus. Very good. Like I said, just the perfect on land trading location, and it was a crossroads of the times. Tag.
So check this out, because this really stunned me when I saw this. So look at this. So here you have, O Lord. So there's Yahweh Elohim Tzavot. So Yahweh, the gods of the armies, hear my prayer. Give ear, O God of Jacob, Selah. Our shield, God behold, or God see our shield, and I'm just going to use what it has here because I don't remember off the top of my head what this would be. But look upon Pnei Meshichecha. Look upon the face of your anointed, or of your Messiah. So what's interesting is, so notice here, it's not saying, "Oh God, our shield." It's saying, "Oh God, behold our shield," right? So, in this context, it's probably saying our defender. So it's saying our shield. Look upon the face of your anointed. So it seems like it's implying that's the Messiah. And what's interesting is, so notice here, it says, it's saying, "Oh Lord," basically, Yahweh Elohim Tzavaot, hear my prayer, but then it's invoking Elohim, just Elohim. So these are, it almost seems like if you go back to this Israelite context, or rather Israelite monotheistic context, that here it's saying Yahweh Elohim Tzavaot and Yahweh just Elohim are two different entities. Anyway, but what's interesting is, this is interesting. I wonder if here what it's saying, O Lord God of hosts, literally Yahweh Elohim of the armies, hear my prayer. It doesn't make sense to just be repeating it again. This is saying, yeah, Elohei Yaakov, this is the God of the patriarchs. Here you have Yahweh. So, okay, this is fascinating. So here, whoa. I think I might have just figured.
You may not have two different gods being invoked. You may have two different names for the same God, and the idea that by using different names, you're more likely to get the attention of the god. Tag.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm saying that might be the case is because so you have three different invocations, which I feel like on one hand Christians would look at this and be like, oh, that's a Trinity, but this I see, El, Asherah, and Yahweh or Baal. But so look, so here you could read it as, Yahweh, God of the armies, hear my prayer, implicitly to save me or to protect me. Give ear, O God of Jacob, Elohei Yaakov, because it's the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. So it's the God of the patriarchs. So that's El. So first he's invoking Baal or Yahweh, then he's invoking El, and then he's saying Elohim. And this is the only time here where this is also interesting because notice up here when it uses Elohim just by itself, it's saying appearing before Elohim in Zion. But the thing is that Elohim doesn't like God doesn't exist in the world, but the part of God that was believed to be in the temple, like especially, was the Holy Spirit, which was very heavily connected to Asherah, and so you could almost view it as here it's saying that the Elohim that dwells in Zion in the temple is this like feminine one. So first you have like, assuming there's anything to this, imagine this. So first you have the invoking the feminine, and again, I don't think it's necessarily implying that one happened, because I also started this at 8. This isn't the beginning of the psalm, but I wanted to highlight certain things. But so first you start off with Elohim in Zion, which basically, at least within a Jewish context, it's not referring to like the masculine part of God, because that part doesn't exist inside of our world, but the feminine part does. So, and you also have within the Kabbalistic tradition that Elohim is the name of God that's associated with the creation of the world, and is also associated with Binah, which is the feminine sephira out of the like first 3. So you definitely have some interesting things here. So then you have this like militant God, this God of the armies that's invoked to hear my prayer. But then here, give ear, it's not like, it almost feels like not the same as hear my prayer, because hear my prayer is active, whereas give ear is to just listen. To hear someone's prayer is like to listen, like to, it almost implies like to fulfill it. The other thing is that here Selah, which means like rock, it could be referring to El, because that was a motif very commonly associated with El. Like stones were associated with El, and trees were associated with Asherah. But then let's see. So then here it's saying Elohim, which in this paradigm, if there's anything to what I'm saying, this is the feminine part of God. Look upon the face of your anointed, which also parallels this idea that Asherah, chose like Eshmun or Adonis, or all these different traditions of basically choosing an anointed champion or lover or whatever, or even son, depending on the context. Let's see, where was it?
Or all of the above, depending on the context.
So now here, look at this. For the Lord God, for Adonai Elohim, which it doesn't have Adonai Elohim Tzavaot, but very clearly it has Adonai here. So you have Adonai Elohim, or Yahweh Elohim. Or was it Kishemesh Umagen, for because the sun and because the sun and shield is Yahweh Elohim. Now notice this here. Behold our shield, the face of your anointed. It almost seems to be implying here that Yahweh Elohim is the anointed one, which is what makes me think this is where the tradition around like Jesus as an embodied Yahweh, as the Son, like where it comes from, despite the fact that by the time he was, at least according to Orthodox tradition, by the time that he would have been around, there was already this co-equation between El and Yahweh, therefore making, like, basically, like, within you, and again, this isn't how Christians would view it by any means. I really doubt it, but it's almost like you have this unification of the Father and the Son, of El and Baal, or El and Yahweh, into God the Father. But then in the act of creating Jesus, at least within the Christian paradigm, which I think that's a way they could view it, but I don't think that's, the case. Basically, that, at least within the internal logic, it's like the Son separates from the Father in order to become human, to change from just being a son of God to being a son of man as well, therefore also fulfilling the Son of Man prophecies, as well as bringing back these older traditions of the idea of not necessarily an embodied God, like where people would worship a human as God, but more so this idea that, like, God, I don't know. It's like, I really haven't done enough research into this, but just the fact that you have, like, it's the type of thing where I only noticed this when I started color coding it based off of motif, and it was stunning. I mean, literally saying that. Anyway, so then here it's saying, so then it says Yahweh bestows, was this chen v'kavod, chen, grace and honor, and he does not hold back any good. Let's see. He does. Okay, listen to this. He does not withhold his bounty from those who live without blame. So what's interesting is then ends off with happy is the man who trusts in you, Adonai of hosts. Now, if you trying to think, where is it? Is it here? So then I noticed this parallel with the Beatitudes, but let's see, where would it be? I could have sworn it was here. It was somewhere here. Wait, I think I could have sworn it was here. Where on earth was it? Okay, this is really bugging me because I know I saw it before. Okay, here, look at this. But love your enemies and do good and lend, expecting nothing in return, and your reward will be great, and you will be sons of the Most High. For he himself is kind to ungrateful and evil people. Be merciful. Wait, where was the parallel to this? Sorry, it's like I did kind of thrust. Okay, wait. So he does not. He does not withhold his bounty from those who live without. Oh, okay, never mind. So it's just saying, yeah. So it is. This is a parallel. Love your enemies and do good and lend, and your reward will be great. Basically, this idea of do good. I mean, the parallel, given this, I don't think it's that much of a stretch to find a parallel between the Beatitudes and that. But what is really shocking is, first of all, to realize that when it says blessed, this isn't the word, I forget what the Greek would be, but basically, like in Latin, the word, okay, so it's funny. I know the Greek word for blessed in this context, but I don't know the Greek word for blessed in the context of to bless someone. Whereas for Latin, I know the term to bless someone, but I don't know the term for someone who is blessed. But basically, so benedictio, which means like bene, good, and dictio, speech, like diction. So good speech to bless someone, like to speak good or to wish good for someone. That that is baruch or barak in Arabic. But what's interesting is that the word here in Greek is makarioi, which means like happy or blessed, and is a direct parallel with the Hebrew root asher, which is what's used in Psalms before that I was showing. Where is this? Let's see. Ashrei Adam Oz lo. Happy is the man who finds refuge in you, whose mind is on the pilgrim highways. Also, it's interesting because this is like there's these potential parallels with Asherah, and then they pass through the valley of Baca, or that's how it renders it, but Baca. It's not Baca, it's Baca, regarding it as a place of springs. Now, that doesn't really make so much sense in the context of, well, actually, there is really no Bekaa Valley that I'm aware of instead outside of Lebanon. And so that would be really interesting if there is this context, this connection with, what is it? This connection with, with the Phoenician and Canaanite traditions. But anyway, on that note, that was a long aside. Any thoughts before we start?
No, all interesting stuff, and not anything I can argue too strongly against.
All right, so ברכו את אדוני המבורך, ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד, ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו, ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. All right. I need to zoom in for this. It's too small. And is everyone able to see? All right. ויצא יעקב מבאר שבע וילך הרנה ויפגע במקום ויעלן שם כי בא השמש ויקע מאבני המקום וישם מראשותיו וישכב במקום ההוא ויחלום והנה סולם מוצב ארצה וראשו מגיע השמיימה והנה מלאכי אלוהים עולים ויורדים בו והנה אדוני ניצב עליו ויאמר אני אדוני אלוהי אברהם אביך ואלוהי יצחק הארץ אשר אתה שוכב עליה לך אתננה ולזרעך והיה זרעך כעפר הארץ ופרצת ימה וקדמה וצפונה ונגבה ונברחו בך כל משפחות אדמה ובזרעך והנה אנוכי עמך ושמרתיך בכל אשר תלך, והשיבותיך אל האדמה הזאת, כי לא אעזובך עד אשר אם עשיתי את אשר דיברתי לך, ויקץ יעקב משענתו, ויאמר אכן יש אדוני במקום הזה, ואנוכי לא ידעתי. ויירא ויאמר מה נורא המקום הזה, אין זה כי אם בית אלוהים, וזה שער השמיים. והיה שכם יעקב בבוקר, ויקח את האבן אשר שם מרעשותיו, וישם אותם מצבה, ויצוק שמן על ראשה, ויקרא את שם המקום ההוא בית אל, ואולם לו שם העיר להרי השנה. וידבר יעקב נדר לאמור, ואם יהיה אלוהים עמדי ושמרני בדרך הזה אשר אנוכי הולך, ונתן לי לחם ואוכל ובגד ללבוש. So, and Jacob left from Beersheba, and he walked to Charan, and he encountered a place, and he lodged there because the sun came. Because the sun had come. Oh, the sun had set. And he took from the stones of the place, and he set them from, or like underneath his head, and he laid down in that place, and he dreamt there, and there he had a dream, a ladder, a ladder standing, or a ladder standing up from the ground, or going down to the ground, and its head, or its top, touched the heavens, and he beheld the angels of Elohim Olim going up and going down, either in it or in him. That was one of the interpretations we heard, which I think is really interesting, because it's equating his head with the heavens and his feet with the earth almost.
Which becomes interesting later, especially because he put his head on the rock that became sacred. Tag.
Oh, it gets really interesting about that. So, and behold, Yahweh was standing standing like upon him or beside him, and he said, Ani Adonai Elohei Avraham Avicha. I am Yahweh, the God of the God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac. This is interesting. Okay, this is really... So here it says the God of your father Abraham, and then it has house implied, but it doesn't say house. So notice how it says Abraham's his father, but it doesn't say Jacob's his father. I mean, Isaac's his father. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's normally translated God of your fathers. They make it plural in order to cover both Abraham and Isaac. So, no, I agree with you. Apparently, in the Hebrew, it comes across as Abraham is the father, and Isaac, well, we're just sort of mentioning him for no specific reason. Tags.
It's like literally in the translation, your father Abraham's house and the God of Isaac's house. It doesn't say anything about Isaac being his father. Like, it's fascinating. I don't think that's the case, but I feel like that's the reason why it could be interpreted that way. It's not my interpretation, but I don't fault people for doing that.
Yeah, no, it's much easier to sit there and say that's probably an ancient literary, structure, formula that they use. But that
Yeah.
doesn't prevent modern people from interpreting it totally unintended. Tag.
Yeah. So the God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac, the land that you lay upon her, that you're lying upon. Like, it's just interesting because aleha means upon her. So it's like, again, it's the way that the language is structured, but I do think it's fascinating nonetheless that it's saying that, like, laying upon the land. The land that you lay upon her, lecha, to you I have given, and to your seed. So this is interesting. Like, it really feels like it's almost saying, like, the land that you lie upon, which is like almost like saying, like, to be your wife, not literally, but like in this figurative sense, that this. Okay, so this is interesting. So it's like she will be your wife, but then she'll also be the wives of your children and your children's children. So it's like this. It's that same idea of how El and Yahweh can both be married to Asherah, because she wasn't understood within the same way that we understand, physical people. Like, she was embodied within the land, and so in that same way, anyone who ruled in her, because she, like, in a way, she was embodied within the fertility of the land. Anyone who ruled the land, like, she was like their counterpart in a way.
Yeah, it also puts putting his head on the land in a little different context too. Tag.
Just you wait. So and your seed will be like, your seed or descendants will be like the dust, or like the dust of the earth, and will spread out to the sea, so to the Mediterranean Sea, the Kedma, and to the east to Kedem, Vitzvona, and to the north, or literally to Mount Safon, potentially, Venegba, and to the Negev. So this is actually, so I was actually listening to something about so like the whole, like, quote unquote greater Israel theory that some people have really bought into now. Like, they think that, like, the Jews are trying to take over the entire Middle East, which it's like, why would they want to? It's like so chaotic already, not having to deal with. Anyway, not getting into
I
politics.
thought the Jews were trying to take over the whole world, not just the Middle East. I guess I got the wrong memo.
So anyway, so you have, and let's see. So Jacob went from Beersheba, and he was going to Charan, so to Charan. So he was going over to, I think, like, here around. I don't need to figure out exactly. So let's see. So it's Saphon. Is that what it? Is this it? Let's see. Mount Zaphon. Okay, I don't know. I'm looking this up because I'm not sure if that's the case. But let's see, Mount Zaphon. Oh, it is. Okay, so it's fascinating. I could have sworn. What was it called? Jebel Akra. Keldagi? Is that? Yeah, that was it. Oh, yeah. That's why I can just search for Jebel Akra. Jebel Akra. Here we go. Okay, so it was a different place. Interesting. What? Is it really? That doesn't seem right. No. Isn't that too far out? I thought it was closer. Yeah, it's closer with it's with the Turkish border. It was Mount Kilik, I think. Yeah, this looks right. So basically, so you have all the way from, and again, keep in mind, this is the descendants of Jacob, which it's not again, because keep in mind, it's entirely possible to read the Phoenicians into this as well. So, like some people are like, oh, see, it's the Jews. They're trying to take over the, where it says here, it's like, no, I mean, it's already that way, the descendants of Jacob, if you follow that. Okay, let's see. So it was here. Okay. So this is the northern border of the, like what it's talking about though. So all the way from here to down to the Negev, and from the sea to the east, which again, because it's indeterminate, they could just see, oh, it's the entire east. They want to take over the east and go so far east that you end up back here. So then completely joke. I mean, there are people who would totally interpret it that way, but anyway, to get back to it, let's see. Let's see. Where are we at? Yama v'kedma tzfona v'negba, and nivrachu and nivrachu b'cha, and all the families of the earth will be blessed in your seed, which again sounds really dirty in a certain context. And behold, I am with you, and I will protect you in all that you walk, or in all where you walk. And I will turn I will return you to the land, to this land, because you have not abandoned until that. If I do, I will not leave you until I have done what I said to you. And Jacob arose and he from his sleep, and he said, God is certainly in this place. yadati, and I did not know it. And he saw, and he said, "What, like what awe? How awesome is this place?" Inzek, Inzek. This is there is not this, because if this is not the house of God, and this is, I don't understand how it translates this way, but saying this is none other than the abode of God, the house of God, and that is the Sha'ar Hashamayim, the gate of the heavens. And Jacob arose, or woke up. Wait, this is interesting. It says he awoke from his sleep and said, "Surely he's present in this place." Then it says, he was afraid and he said, "How awesome!" So this all happens. Then it says, "Vayishkam Yaakov baboker," and Jacob, and early in the morning. Oh, so he's already awake at this point. So and early, and like at the rising of the sun, Jacob at the rising of the sun in the morning, Jacob took the stone that he placed underneath his head, and he placed it as a matzeva, as a pillar, a sacred pillar, vayitzok, and he like poured out shemen, oil, upon Rosha, upon its top. But what's interesting is this is also is the word, wait, what's the word, like where it's like you, like a crop, not a crop, like, is it anagram where it's like you can flip it around to get a different word?
Yeah, where you can rearrange the letters. Exactly.
Yeah, you can rearrange this into Asherah.
No, and again, that's one of those anagram puzzles, or one that they like to do, like gematria.
Yeah. So let's see. Vaikra et. And he called that place by the name of Beit El, the Ulam Luz. But before, before this, the name of the city, La Rishona, that previously was called Luz, which means was it almond? What is it? Where is this? And Jacob then Nadar swore an oath and said, if Elohim stands with. So again, with this whole parallel that I proposed before, I think with this context, you're almost like here within like the hidden couch language. And again, I could totally be wrong. I'm totally open to that. But within this, I'd be reading this as Asherah. Because you also have within the song, the Hishamda, and she stood. So this idea of imadi, standing with me, or being with him, I think this is referring to Asherah, or like, to the idea of Ruach HaKodesh, of Holy Spirit. But if Elohim is with me and shamarani, and protects me, b'derech hazeh, on this journey. So notice this, because it also said, happy is the man who is secure, or who's secure in you, and whose mind is on the pilgrim highways. Like this motif of the crossways or highways, the intersection, like the margins of society, that's not like socially, but like geographically, that's very, very much associated with Asherah.
Interesting.
It's also associated with nature. Like the reason you have to pray for safety, on the road is because there's wild animals, but there's also in the wilderness, there's nobody who can help you unless you're with people.
I'm also getting a sense here of like a boundary stone, a boundary stela going on, being invoked here as well. Okay.
Yeah. So let's see. If God stands with me and protects me on this on this road that I am walking, and gives me bread or gives me sustenance to eat and clothing to wear, and returns me in peace to the house of my father, and was um um the and oh and Yahweh will be for me as Elohim. Let's see. Oh wait, this is a new one. So here, I need to start here. So ושבתי בשלום אל בית אבי, והיה אדוני לי לאלוהים, והאבן הזאת אשר שמתי מעצבה, יהיה בית אלוהים, וכל אשר תיתן לי אסרנו לך, וישא יעקב רגליו וילך ארצה בני קדם, וירא והנה באר בשדה, והנה שם 3 עדרי צאן ורבצים עליה, כי מן הבאר ההיא ישקו העדרים, והאבן גדולה על פי הבאר, ונאספו שמה כל העדרים, וגללו את האבן מעל פי הבאר, והשקו את הצאן, והשיבו את האבן על פי הבאר למקומה. ויאמר להם יעקב אחי, מאין אתם? ויאמרו מחרן אנחנו. ויאמר להם הידעתם את לבן בן נחור? ויאמרו ידענו. ויאמר להם השלום לו. ויאמרו שלום, והנה רחל בתו באה עם הצאן. ויאמר הן עוד היום הגדול, לא את האסף המקנה השקו הצאן ולכו ראו. ויאמרו לא נוכל עד אשר יאספו כל העדרים, וגללו את האבן מעל פי הבאר, והשכינו הצאן. עודנו מדבר עמם, ורחל באה עם צאונה של אביה כי רואה הוא היא. ויהי כאשר ראה יעקב את רחל בת לבן אחי אמו ואת צאן לבן אחי אמו ויגש יעקב ויגד את האבן מעל פי הבאר וישכח את צאן לבן אחי אמו. Let's see, where were we? And I shall return in peace to the house of my father. And oh yeah, I read that. And the stone that he placed as a matzeva, ritual pillar, it shall be the house of God, house of Elohim, and all that T10ly, and all that you give to me, asarenu, riches or a tenth or a tithe, I will tithe to you. So I wonder what it means in this context because there's no temple yet. You know what I mean? So is he just putting aside a tenth, like, for what do you think it is at this point?
Don't know. That's a good question. There's always, a thought that it could be a anachronistic throwback. Like when they refer to, Rebecca watering camels, which camels hadn't been domesticated, weren't going to be domesticated for hundreds of years after that. So you have that option available to you.
Also, if anyone wants to join, I mean, I see 3 people watching, but there's no comments. I don't know. It's weird. Like today, it feels like it's a lot less people than normal. It's fine. I mean, I'm not doing this for other people. I'm doing this for myself. But I figure I might as well stream it so I remember that it happened. Let's see. And Yaakov resumed or lifted up his legs and walked to the land Artsah b'nei Kedem, to the land of the children of the east, and he saw and beheld a well in the field, and he beheld there 3 edrei tza'on, 3 flocks of sheep, rovtzim, like was stretching out upon it, because from that well, Yashku, they drank, the flocks drank, but a large stone was over the mouth of the well, and they gathered there all the flocks and galal, and the galalu et ha'evan, and they rolled or overturned the stone from the mouth of the well, and they drank from and the flock drank from Heshivu, and they would return the stone upon the mouth of the well to its place. And Jacob and he said to them, Jacob said to them, this is interesting, Achai, my brothers, but here it says my friends. It's interesting. It's almost like he already knows that they're his kinsmen.
Well, if he's heading to Haran, he knows that those are his kinsmen there.
Yeah. I mean, you also have the whole like motif in Semitic languages of referring to your friend as your brother, like, achi.
Yeah. Hey, bro. Exactly. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
he knew they were related. Otherwise, he wouldn't be going to Haran to find a cousin to marry.
Yeah. So achai me'ayin atam, where are you from? And they said, from Charan. We are from Charan. And he said to them, do you know Laban, the son of Nahor? And they said, we know him. Let's see, where are we at? And he said to them, Shalom. Peace be upon. Wait, peace be upon him. Wait. Shalom. Shalom lo. He said to them, the peace is for him, and they said shalom, and they said peace. And behold, Rachel, his daughter, is coming with a flock, and Jacob goes awuga, and he said, there is more of the day. There's a lot more of the day. There is much more of the day, and there's not. It's not time to gather hamikne, the like that which has been purchased, but in this context it's saying it's like cattle or the like livestock. Hashku, like water or give to drink. Speaking of water, I need to put this in a proper place. Give to drink, give the flock to drink, and take them out to pasture. And he said, and they said, we're not able to until there is gathered all the flocks, and they will roll over the stone from the mouth of the well, and we can drink, or we can water the flocks. And while he was still speaking with them, Rachel came with the flock that was for her father, because she was its shepherdess, which is interesting because here you also have this tradition of the female shepherd or the shepherdess. Doesn't get emphasized nearly as much as the shepherd, though. It's interesting.
Exactly, and Jacob took one look at Rachel, saw she had some mighty fine sheep, and he got excited. Heck.
I don't think he was just looking at his sheep.
Well,
also, like,
he called them sheep, yeah.
Also, that's totally a mirror. Like, whatever, like, I didn't say anything. It's all in your mind, whatever y'all are thinking. So, just a mirror. But no, I mean, he probably was paying attention to her sheep. Let's see. And when as Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, the brother of his mother, and the flock of Laban, the brother of his mother, Jacob approached and 𝐤�𐤄𐑙, and like turned over or rolled over the stone from upon the mouth of the well, and gave to the flock of Laban to drink, the mother of his the brother of his mother. And I think this, here. So וישק יעקב לרחל וישא את קולו ויבך ויגד יעקב לרחל כי אחי אביה הוא וכי בן רבקה הוא ותרץ ותגד לאביה ויהי כי ישמע לבן את שמו יעקב בן אחותו וירץ לגרותיו ויחבק לו וינשק לו ויביאהו אל ביתו ויספר ללבן את כל הדברים האלה ויאמר לו לבן אח עצמי ובשרי אתה וישב עמו חודש ימים ויאמר לבן ויעקב אחי אתה והעבדתני חינם הידה לי ממש שכורתך וללבן שתי בנות שם הגדולה לאה ושם הקטנה רחל ואינה לאה רחות ורחל הייתה יפת תאור ויפת מראה ויאהב יעקב את רחל ויאמר אעבדך 7 שנים ברחל בתך הקטנה ויאמר לבן טוב תיתי אותה לך מתיתי אותה לאיש אחר שווה עמדי ויעבוד יעקב ורחל 7 שנים ויהיו בעיניו כימים אחדים באהבתו אותה.
Let's see.
And Jacob kissed Rachel, and he lifted up, his voice and broke into weeping. And Jacob told to Rachel that that he was I get this saying kinsman of her father, and that he he was the son of Rebecca. She ran to tell her father, and when Laban heard what Yaakov, the son of his sister, heard of, he ran to greet him, and he embraced him, he hugged him, and he kissed him, and he invited him to his house, and he told to Laban about all the things, all these things, all that had happened. And he said to him, and Laban said to him, Ach atzmi, truly you are my bone and my flesh, and you will dwell with me chodesh yamim for a month, for month and days, or for months time, it says. And Laban said to Yaakov, Hachi, you're really you're really my kinsman, and or no, it's saying so yeah, here it says just because Hachi, like even if you are my kinsman, you should you be my servant chinam, like because my brotherly servant hagida, tell me what can I hire you for? And but Laban had two daughters. The name of the larger, or the name of the older, was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel, Leah and Rachel. And
I think they may have been right about larger there. That's why he wanted Rachel.
What?
Didn't they just call Leah fat?
Where?
In there, they said the larger one was Leah.
No, it's the same way it refers to Esau and Jacob. It just means the older and younger, like the greater and lesser.
Okay, I was just thinking they might have been slyly trying to call Leah fat there.
No, the one that's referred to as more like shapely or large is actually Rachel.
Gotcha.
So ve'enei Leah rakot. So and the eyes of Leah were rakot. It translates it as weak, but that's a weak translation. Rakot means tender, soft, delicate, or weak. If you're talking about, delicate, that's not good if you're talking about strength. But if you're talking about beauty, delicate is often seen as very beautiful. So if we translate this directly, and Leah's eyes were delicate, or were tender, were soft, of course you could read it as like timid or like weak, as in like she had bad eyesight. But like, come on, it's very clearly saying she had tender eyes. But Rachel, she was Yafat Teor. She was beautiful in form and shape, beauty in shape, and or beautiful in shape and beautiful to see. Like, so it's saying like she was like beautiful in figure and beautiful in sight.
Yeah, I was going to say doe-eyed might be a decent translation for Leah.
No, that doesn't work because the doe is Rachel. Cow-eyed would be better, except, and the thing is, within the Egyptian context, being compared to a cow was actually seen as a very good thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Also notice she's the more fertile one, and she's named after a cow. Like here, Leah. Let's see, does it show up? Wait. No. Dang it, it's not here. Here. Wary, eldest daughter of Laban and wife of daughter, perhaps wild cow. And then Rachel is ewe, or female, like doe, basically. So
Gotcha. No, interesting.
But Jacob loved Rachel and said, "I will serve you 7 years, in like berachel, like in Rachel, or for Rachel, your daughter, your younger daughter." And Laban said, Tov Titi, it is better to give to you, give to you, Oh, better that I give her to you than I give her to another man. Shava imadi shava like dwell with me. So he's saying like, stay here, become part of my family. And so
Now, did Laban not have any sons in order to marry his daughters off to?
I think he did, but he was probably like, I don't want grandchildren with a lot of genetic issues, even though he didn't know about genes. So don't question it. But also think about it. He couldn't get any money from his sons because he'd be paying the dowry for his daughter to his son's dad, which would be him. Which I guess you could argue is kind of economic, but only from the perspective. Dude, I don't know. I don't want to think about it. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, right.
We're getting way too Egyptian there.
Yeah. So, and so Jacob served. And Jacob served for Rachel, or worked for Rachel 7 years, and it was in his eyes like a single day, or like a day, like keyamim achadim. So the thing is, achad is one, but achadim is like as a unified day. Like the days were like the days were unified, basically, or the days felt like one, basically. In his love for her. And this is like one of the most chilling parts of, or not chilling, but like one of the most, like, it gives me goosebumps that the 7 years only felt like a few days because of his love for her. Let's see. Where is, holy crap, is it? Wait, I'm trying to think. So we're on, wait, for his love for her. I'm trying to think. I'm checking on my phone because I have a feeling I missed it, and we definitely haven't read that much, but let's see. Parshah Vayetze 1. Okay, wait, now. So Parshah Vayetze, and then go to 2. That's at 29:1. So that means we already went to that. So then this goes to so 1's 3. Is it 3? That's 29:18. Oh, we're already past 3, so we're going to finish up soon. Sweet. Okay, I'm going to take a tiny break to drink some water and stuff. Let's see. Philip says, I love to listen, but I don't want to have to comb my hair and put on pants. No, you don't have to. You could just do what Graham does. Just have your camera off. Honestly, I would, but like, it's my channel, so I kind of feel like I gotta be here, like my face. But honestly, I don't blame you if you don't want to. It's what I probably would do if I wasn't already like. Honestly, it's probably what I would do if it wasn't for the fact that I already kind of like already have my face out there, so I don't really care. But no, you should totally join if you want. Like, if the only thing holding you back is, not wanting to have to look, not like you just got out of bed. I don't know about what you mean in this context. As one? Oh, the days were as one. That's a great translation. Thank you so much, Usal.
Yeah, no, I like that translation.
Yeah. The days.
So then he actually only ended up working 2 days in order to marry Rachel.
But yeah, if you want to join here, I'll post the link in case. But yeah, no pressure either way. But it's definitely, you can just sit there, throw in any comments whenever you have any. Especially because it's,
like I always say, the more the merrier.
Well, except in cases like Jonestown, that's usually the more tragic. Also, I don't know why.
You just need the right recipe for your Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with Kool-Aid as long as it's just Kool-Aid and it's not anything uncool. as long as
Oh,
it's not unclouded.
yeah, I was going to say, speaking of which, it never occurred to Jacob that maybe that mushroom soup had something to do with his dreams.
Oh, it wasn't mushroom stew. It was probably, I mean, if anything, it might have been like acacia stew, but that would have been gross.
Another one that kind of jumped at me is, and again, it's sort of like reading, Peter Pan into the Bible. But I saw that, Jacob and his magic seed, sprouting, huge, nations and tribes and nations out of it, being very similar to Jack and the Beanstalk with his magic beans.
Oh,
Tag.
interesting. That's a funny connection. Let's see. Ooh, what's this?
Do you think that's maybe what the Bible writers intended?
The most certain thing in life
Take care, Philip.
is also the most frightening. Nothing else is as sure as death, and we fear death as nothing else.
Suffering? Suffering's as sure as death.
In truth, for a Jew who believes in a future world where all the mitzvot that we do will breathe life back into us, dying is like walking into a room and taking off your body like a coat. I once wrote a short story about this idea. It goes like this. Neshama was a water being. Neshama breathed in the life-giving fluid in which she floated. She turned on her side. I once wrote a short story about this idea. It goes like this. Neshama was a water being. Neshama breathed in the life-giving fluid in which she floated. She turned on her side, and her life support cable gently undulated like a sea snake in the dark liquid in which she lived. She had spent her days here in deep communication with her spirit guide who had taught her all the secrets of the universe, but now she was alone. Now she knew that her life was coming to an end. Like all other water beings, she would be drawn down the tunnel of death like a vortex, vanishing into infinity. Like a puny raft circling on the edge of a giant whirlpool, she felt herself being drawn down inexorably. Panic rose in her throat. I don't want to die. I want to live forever. Her ears filled with the most sublime music, a single chord of all the water voices singing one wordless chord, undulating through every known scale. The sound grew and grew. Down and down she went, down and down the tunnel, and then it was over.
Sorry, is this supposed to make me feel better?
It wasn't a particularly busy night in the delivery rooms at Hadassah Hospital in Jerusalem. A new life had just entered the world, crying and gasping for breath. The nurse cleaned the liquid from the baby's mouth, wrapped her in swaddling, and placed her in her mother's arms. The mother looked down at the baby and said, "You're so beautiful, Neshama."
I don't get it. Well, I mean, like, I get it, but I don't get it.
It's the idea that birth is, the result of another death. And it's like the death of the life that the fetus had within the womb. And that was the whole analogy there. And that, he could have thrown in something about coming into the light there too, but he didn't.
Wait, so was the analogy that it was literally someone else that was being reborn as a child? Or was it that the life in the womb?
It was the life in the womb. It considered that the only life it had, and it considered being born a death.
Interesting. Though I feel like you could also read it the other way as well.
Possibly, I figured out that's where he was going with it pretty much almost from the beginning.
Yeah, I was going to say the way I was reading it sounded a bit too Buddhist.
Yeah, no, it's when he started with the name Ashima, and it's like, okay, I see where he's going with this one, and calling her a water being with the,
Oh yeah,
again,
that makes sense.
the uterine fluids and all. So no, you would have had your reincarnation, at the point of conception, or actually a little bit thereafter. But
Yeah, sorry about that. It's interesting though, because like the two, you could almost view it as like, no, but it's more interesting the way that you and that he meant it. Let's see. Oh, what's this?
The following is a true story. After his bar mitzvah, Reuven decided that he would never daven, he'd never pray without a minyan, without a prayer quorum. One night, he came home at 3 o'clock in the morning from an out-of-town wedding. He fell into bed.
Sorry, that's
exhausted,
convenient. That means you don't
and
have
as
to
soon
pray
as he
unless
turned off the light, he realized he hadn't prayed 𝐤�𝐤𝐿, the evening prayer. With a tremendous effort, he dragged himself out of bed and started to dress. Where could he find a minyan at this time of the morning? No problem. As anyone who lives in Jerusalem can tell you, you can always find a minyan at any time of the day or night at the shtiblach of Zichron Moshe. He drove over to Zichron Moshe, and that night there was a miracle. Zichron Moshe was deserted. No one was there. Not a hobo, nada. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the number of a large taxi company. Hello, he said. Can you please send 5 taxis to the shtiblach in Zichron Moshe? Adoni, said the voice on the other end of the phone. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You think I have 5 taxis? What do you think I am, a magician? I only have 4. Okay, he said, so send me 4. Reuven dialed another number. Hello, please send 5 taxis to Zichron Moshe. Within 20 minutes, there was a procession of 9 taxi cabs parked neatly outside the shtiblach, outside the synagogue. Adoni, said one of the drivers, why do you need 9 taxis? There's no wedding here, there's no bar mitzvah, nothing. He said, Reuven said to them, I want you to all turn on your meters and come inside with me. We're going to pray together, Arvit, the evening prayer.
Wait a second. I've heard the story before, but I've also heard it in the context where it was some guy trying to get a minyan for his father's yard site, like for his father, the anniversary of his father's death. So it's like, I'm kind of suspicious because I've heard this exact story, but in that context. So it's like, I mean, I guess maybe it's like, oh, you hear it from one person, you're like, oh, well, if I ever need a minyan, I could just do this. So it could just be a 100 monkey theory or 100th monkey thing,
no, makes sense. And I was going to say, it's an awful huge expenditure of money just to get anything for it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I could see doing that and so the thing is, I don't know if this is the case with this one, but at least with the one for the guy who was his father, the taxi drivers, they didn't have the meters on because they wanted to do a mitzvah without getting paid for it.
Dusty kippot emerged from
Makes
glove
sense.
compartments, some awoken from a hibernation stretching back almost to their own owners' bar mitzvahs. It wasn't easy. Despite being fluent in Hebrew, the drivers had absolutely no idea how to pray, when to answer, when not to answer, when they should pray aloud, when it should be in silence. It took them quite a while. When they'd finished, everyone went out into the street, and the meters in the cars were pushing upwards of 80 shekels each. The drivers turned off their meters, and Reuven pulled out his wallet. How much do I owe you? He said to the first one. Adoni, what do you take me for? Do you honestly believe that I would take money from a holy Jew like you who just gave me such an opportunity? Do you know how long it is since the last time I prayed? He moved down the line to the second driver. Same thing. And the third, and the 4th, all the way down the line to the 9th, not one of them would take a penny.
Imagine by the time you get to the 9th one, he really
However
wants the
distant
money,
a
but
Jew
he
may
doesn't
be
want
from
to
his
be the one guy
heritage,
asking
there's a
for it.
little Jewish spark, a little pinteliyid as it's called in Yiddish. And that little spark never goes out. Why? Judaism is not just a religion. Jews are a people. Our faith is not just intellectual, it's hereditary. We are the children of the children of the children of those Jews who came out from Egypt, who received the Torah. And ultimately, we are the children of
Canaanites
3
came out of
fathers,
Egypt.
Abraham, Yitzhak, Isaac, and Yaakov, Jacob. According to one opinion in the Talmud, it was the fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who instituted the 3 daily prayers. The word in Hebrew for a father is Av. It's an interesting word. It connects the first 2 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph and Bet. The Torah itself begins with the letter Bet, as it says, Bereshit bara Elokim. In the beginning, why didn't the beginning begin with an Aleph, the first letter of the alphabet? Why does the beginning of creation start with the second letter of the alphabet, with the Bet? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to start with the first letter of the alphabet? Aleph. The Aleph is always beyond. The numerical value of Aleph is 1. There is only one existence that is truly one, and he is infinitely beyond. This world begins with Bet. A father is someone who connects the Bet back to the Aleph. The patriarchs instituted prayer. For what is prayer? Prayer is to connect the Bet, everything in this world, back to the Aleph, back to beyond. That was their
really cool.
request to us.
So Aleph
The
is
spark
the
that lives
father, and then Bet is like the mother.
in the hearts of the children throughout all the generations. So the next time you see a line of deserted taxi cabs in Jerusalem with their meters running outside the synagogue, know that the children are alive and well.
It isn't much
and
different
still
than what we were
connected
talking
to their
about with the
fathers
Yetzer Sephirah.
and beyond.
Another aspect that you can interpret that with, another way to interpret that is, every story starts with, once upon a time in the beginning, but there's always things that happened before the beginning of any story.
Yeah.
Keep it quilted means you keep it the best. 3 layers of plush.
Why are we compared to dust? In Parashat Vayetze, immediately after his dream of the ladder, Hashem appeared to Yaakov and he said, V'haya zaracha ka'afar ha'aretz. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth. Ufaratzta, and they will be scattered. Yama v'kedma v'tzafona v'negba, to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. What we immediately think of when being told that we'll be like the dust of the earth is the fact that you cannot count the number of specks of dust that exist. It's simply impossible. And similarly, Hashem is promising us that over the ages, the numbers of the Jewish people will be vast. However, Sephorinor gives,
I mean, maybe at one time, but relative to everyone else, not anymore.
a very deep and profound perush here. Sephorinor says that when we walk around, we trample on dust, we kick the dust, we treat it with disdain. It's simply of no value to us. However, those who kick the dust about eventually will die one day. They will be buried, and that very same dust will prevail and will be on top. And so too with the Jewish people. Hashem is telling Yaakov Avinu that the time will come in the future when in our exile, we will be treated as if we are subhuman.
It kind of reminds me of the, that one phrase. It's like, they buried us, but they didn't realize we were seeds.
Yeah, no, I've heard that before. I was going to say, I think the big, I lost it. Go on.
The big takeaway you're saying?
Yeah, but I forgot what I was going to say, so it'll come back.
I didn't know if I could trigger it just by saying takeaway.
However, at the end of the day, those who treat us in this fashion, those very nations will cease to exist, and Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people, will prevail and will live on. Sforno adds that deliverance of our people will take place at a time when things simply can't get worse. And it's that very message which is conveyed in the rest of our verse. Ufaratzta yama v'kedma v'tzafona v'negba. Notice that the directions are not clockwise and they're not anti-clockwise. From the west and to the east, from the north and to the south. And the Kli Yakar explains here, Hashem wants us to know that like the rapid and decisive swing of a pendulum, so too our fate will change from one in which there is no light at the end of the tunnel to outright salvation very quickly. While saying these words, one cannot but think of the tumultuous events of the past century and the manner in which the Almighty has kept his covenant with our people and against all odds has delivered us. And in the same way as dust style, he has guaranteed that we will continue to exist, so may he speedily in our time bring about the ultimate redemption. Shabbat Shalom. How quickly do we reach the light at the end of the tunnel?
It's so...
In Parashat Vayetze, in the midst of the epic dream that Yaakov had, seeing that ladder connecting heaven and
it's kind of
earth,
trippy to watch
Hashem appeared to
videos
him.
like throughout the years, talking about the same week, the same Parsha, but like through different years. It's like, especially because that last one we watched was from a year ago, and well, I wonder what he said this year.
And he said, Ufaratzta,
That's
your
what's
descendants will become dispersed throughout the world. Yama v'kedma v'tzafona v'negba, to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. And the obvious question is, surely the directions should have been either clockwise or anti-clockwise. Why from one extreme to the other? An answer is given in the Yalkut Shimoni, an anthology of Midrashim, commenting on Psalm 20, Yancha Hashem b'yom tzara, the Lord will answer you on your day of sorrow, which suggests that when the redemption comes, it comes very speedily, like the swing of a pendulum going from one extreme right to the other.
It also kind of reminds me of, you know how like, what is it, like, when people feel like they're dying, they feel horrible, but when they're actually dying, sometimes they actually feel amazing. Like, again, like I feel like some people can take that the wrong way, but it's like, it's like on one hand you could view it as just like a natural mechanism that, because imagine, like, it's one of those things, like imagine if someone, when they passed away, that it was such a traumatic experience for everyone watching them that they just chose not to have children because it's like, there's so many ways, like you could argue it's an evolutionary mechanism. You could argue that it's a gift from God. You could argue, any list of things, but it almost reminds me of this idea that, it's like that, people end up getting, at least ideally, that people, have relief when they're, at least if they're, especially like, well, so that's the thing. It's one thing if you're healthy and then you die, that's obviously really sad. But if you're suffering and then, you eventually pass away, then that, it can be a blessing in a sense. But more than that like just the fact that as the body shuts down, like, I don't know. I don't know enough about cognitive science to really talk about this, but there is a lot of interest. I'm sure you probably know about something about this, Graham.
Yeah, no, I know a fair amount. I mean, my mother died of Alzheimer's, and that's one of those where I can sit there and look at it and say that, if she had died years earlier, it probably would have been a blessing on everyone. because it's not like she had a high quality of life at the end and everybody else, it all centered around her. And, that's the way it needs to be. But you sit there and look at it and it's like, it was just kind of suffering for everybody involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think it's also like, I don't know. At the end of the day, I feel like on one hand, we shouldn't fear death, but at the same time, we shouldn't be so like we shouldn't also be so flippant with life that like that, like basically it should be like I don't know, almost like, oh, I forgot what one of my friends posted something about this, but basically about how we should view death the same way that we view birth. It's not a fun experience by any means, but it's something that everyone goes through, and that ultimately nobody remembers. At least their own. Nobody remembers their own birth, and nobody remembers their own death.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the most part, you get into some fuzzy realms when you're talking about reincarnation and stuff. So
yeah, but no, like
I see it as that. Why fear inevitabilities? It's like fearing sundown in the middle of the day. It's going to happen. It's just, make your best plans, make the most of it.
Yeah, but the difference is you can see the sun come up. You can't see your own resurrection.
Well, you can see other people's by watching other children being born. I mean, you can understand it by analogy there.
Yeah, but like realistically, it's not the people that you knew coming back, and even if it is, you can't know that. So like you can just kind of go with like a whole like opium of the masses type thing and be like, okay, yeah, like my friends are out there somewhere. I just have to. But it's like at the same time, it's like it's never going to be the same. So I feel like on one hand, it's like about coming to terms with that, as opposed to like just saying that, oh, they're still there and you can still see that. Like, I don't know. It's the type of thing where who knows, like, at the, who knows what's after death. But I mean, like, for instance, imagine if it ended up being that, like, after this life, there's a whole other life. And then, like, the people that, like, almost like just the next stage. And then, so what ends up happening is all the people who are convinced but then again, it could also be like some people move on, some people stay. So it's like, it would be fun to talk about this specifically sometime with someone who like has studied this more, like in different contexts as well. But anyway.
There, the Midrash tells the following story about a father and a son, Av uben shayu mahalchin baderech. They were on their way to a destination that the son had never visited before. And after a while, the child became a bit kvetchy, and he said to his father, Abba, heichan hi medina. Father, mahalchin baderech. They were on their way to a destination that the son had never visited before. And after a while, the child became a bit kvetchy, and he said to his father, Abba, heichan hi medina. Father, where is this city that we're going to? I suppose it's an ancient version of the modern, are we there yet? So the father replied to his son, he said, I'm going to give you a siman, I'm going to give you a sign. Im ra'ita beit hakvarot lefanecha, hamedina krova lach. When you see the cemetery, you will know that we're close to the city. It was a good sign because, as we know, cemeteries are positioned outside the boundaries of the city limits. So therefore, the child would see the cemetery, he would know that they were nearly there. Rabbi Isaac Bernstein noticed brilliantly that in this midrash, the term for city is not a regular term. It is Medina, which we understand to be the state of Israel. And he went on to explain that this midrash is actually a prophetic description of what would take place for the Jewish people over 2 millennia.
Are we there yet? And you'll know we're there once you see the graveyard. Holy crap, that's a really dark interpretation.
Father and the child, Hashem and the people of Israel, we've been on a journey ever since the destruction of our temple. And we have continuously turned heavenwards and said, Heichan hi Medina, when will we return back to Zion to have our own country once again? And now with hindsight, and with a lot of pain and sadness, we realize there was a sign. When we passed through those cemeteries of the Shoah, Auschwitz, Birkenau, Buchenwald, Belsen, and so on, we were nearly there. Within 3 very short years, we had Medina back in our hands. The light at the end of the tunnel suddenly appeared to us in the midst of the darkest hours of the history of our people. And this is our prayer, that the Almighty should bless the Jewish people in the state of Israel and around the world, that we speedily will see that light at the end of our tunnel, and that we will enjoy peace and security and happiness and success, and that ultimately the total redemption will come speedily in our time. Shabbat Shalom.
That one was a little disturbing to me.
What do you mean to you? It was disturbing to me as well.
Because that's almost like justifying the Holocaust for me.
I don't think it's justifying it so much as like saying that. I mean, like, I know where you're getting at, though. I feel like that's no. What would be justifying the Holocaust is saying that the Jews were bad and they were assimilating, therefore God had to send the Holocaust in order to drive them back to their land. That would be really bad. Like this, I feel like it's not trying to justify. It's trying to explain why, like, even though it was bad, it's still a sign of something good to come.
There's a human sacrifice vibe there that just makes me really uncomfortable.
I mean, isn't that just inherent to any? I mean, like, the idea of peace coming from the end of a war?
Well, it's a little different when you have organized death camps of innocent people.
Well, obviously, but like what I'm saying is it's not like they're saying like it had to be that. It could have just as easily been like, imagine it could have been something like
it's almost like, again, it's almost like he's saying there had to be a mass death of Jewish people before the Holy Land could happen. And again, we're in very uncomfortable ways here. I have trouble finding anything good out of this territory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from. It's just like, I mean, for instance, like, I think you also have to look at the context and where that type of idea came out of. It came out of mass persecution, where basically you have to come up with a reason why you've been persecuted. And it can, I mean, honestly, it feels like a type of Stockholm syndrome.
There's that. There's also the, never let a crisis go to waste. And again, it's the profiting off the off others and the misery of others, the pain and suffering of others. It's distasteful, and I don't know,
Well,
just
I mean,
leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
in this case, it's profiting off of your own suffering. I mean, it's a little bit better than profiting off of the suffering of others, but it's obviously not good.
Well, it's not off your own suffering, it's profiting off the suffering of your family members.
True, but I mean, you also have to keep in mind that, like, especially, I mean, the more, especially like the more religious you get, there's really, like, obviously there still is this idea of individuals, but there's much more of a focus on the community than on the individual. So like what happens to the community has happened to everyone in the sense, obviously not literally, but like it's, even though it's not everybody's story to tell in the first person, it is everybody's story, because just as it happened before, it could happen again, and it could happen to them.
Yeah, now you're going into one of those fundamental one that's sort of antinomic relationship between the individual and the group, and it's like without the group, you don't produce individuals, and if you get rid of all the individuals, there's no group that exists anymore. So it's like, it's kind of like the one doesn't exist without the other.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can find the one that he did from this year. And hopefully it's not disturbing at all. But given how disturbing things have been lately, I honestly don't know. Let's see.
I was going to say he does have a low bar to clear since he was invoking the Holocaust last time. So.
All right, let's see. For Vayetze, 7 days ago.
Astonish your friends and family this Christmas with this incredible $19 nanotape. It instantly molds to almost any surface.
Oh no. Dude, I think she never leaves. Oh god, I looked for a second, it gave me indigestion. I clicked away quick.
We should be positive and never despair. That's the message emerging from Parashat Vayetze. Yaakov has his famous dream of the ladder, and in the midst of this prophecy, Hashem declares to him, Haaretz Asherah tashochev aleha lecha etnena ulezarecha, this land upon which you are sleeping right now, it's given to you and to your future descendants, the Jewish people. Vayazaracha kafaretz, and your descendants shall be like the dust of the earth.
And I would argue the Phoenicians as well.
Spread out. Yama vakedma v'tzafona v'negba, to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. Sforno comments here on the fact that these directions are neither clockwise nor anti-clockwise.
He really likes this analogy.
Unpredictable, haphazard life of the Jewish nation. Just when we think things are marvelous,
doesn't he recognize that simply presages the Christian sign of the cross?
Be overturned. And then sometimes when things are terrible, in an instant, things could become marvelous. And this is.
But I mean, like, that kind of logic is like saying, well, because God created well, technically there is no such thing as four directions. That's just something we come up with. I mean, I guess technically speaking, when it comes to two dimensions, there are four directions, just insofar as that there's four basic directions and everything else is a permutation of those four. But like, I feel like it's a bit different.
I actually kind of like your analogy there. It was like God created the world, but we created the four directions arbitrarily because we agreed to it. I kind of like that.
Well, but we didn't actually, because if you think about it, like, you have a point which basically just represents, like, the center. Then you can go forward, you can go backwards. That's two directions. You can go left, you can go right. But like any diagonal is a mix between two other directions, or it's a ratio between the two. So like, I mean, with that, like, but again, like, I don't know. It's one of those.
If you're dealing with a flat plane, any direction is arbitrary. But once you set a direction, then every other direction is based off of that one. I mean, if you're dealing with a rotating globe, that's where the north and south pole set a firm direction on that one.
Wait, so are you saying you could theoretically just have like a clock and then have each different number basically be a direction?
Well, yeah, that's what it is from the center, and that's what I'm saying from the subjective individual standpoint. Every direction could be a direction. It just you just sort of set one, and you say, okay, well, this one's north, And okay, that's what we're just going to call it. That's the name we're putting to it, is north.
Yeah, but like, I mean, if you're dealing with like X, Y, and Z axis, like you're dealing with dimensionality. You're not just dealing with like this direction on this plane. You're dealing with 3 different planes.
Yeah, and the XY axis, just speaking with it like that's arbitrary. It's only when you attach meaning to what either X or Y is.
Well, obviously, but like we're talking about what it represents, not the x-axis, but what it represents. So like this, or like, so like width, depth, and height.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. My point was I liked your analogy in the sense of God created the world and then we're giving additional meaning to it.
Interesting. It's kind of like the idea that Adam named the animals. He also named
Exactly.
directions.
Exactly. That was where I was going with it.
Cool. But dude, that's so trippy to think that it's all arbitrary.
Is further amplified by the Kliyakar, who says that the directions are from the west to the east, to the north to the south, indicating from one extreme to the other, showing we should indeed never despair. Just when life for the Jewish people is intolerable, that's when Hashem can bring our Yeshua. He can bring our salvation. Taking
Oh yeah, I
us as
remember
the
hearing
swing of
this,
the
and I
pendulum
commented
indicates,
that
from one
some
extreme
people could
to
take
the
this in
other,
the wrong way and think
to
that
bring about
he's talking about
salvation
Jesus.
and redemption.
But it's literally
At this very
the
moment,
direct word
when
for
there is a tragic
salvation.
war
Yeshua
in
is
Israel,
salvation. Some
our
people read
prayer
way too
indeed
deep into
is
that.
that Hashem will bless the Jewish people.
Although I'll
And he will
admit, it is kind of
transform our
interesting.
darkness into light, and may this happen speedily and instantly. And let's not forget the continuation of the same prophecy. For Hashem concludes by saying, "V'nivrechu v'cha kol mishpachot ha'adama u'v'zarecha." And may all families on earth be blessed through you and your descendants. Whether people realize it or not, whether they're willing to acknowledge it or not, the Jewish people is an extraordinary blessing for our entire civilization. And that is why Hashem will guarantee that Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people, will live on forever. Shabbat Shalom.
I love to study characters, particularly the ones that are evil, because through them we learn so much about the human condition and how to be aware of the pitfalls. Shabbat Shalom. In Parashat Vayetze, we have the story of Yaakov running away to his uncle Laban. There he'll meet his wife-to-be Rachel, but he ends up marrying Leah as well. 4 wives.
Holy crap, I just realized something. So think about this. Who's the one that tells Jacob to switch?
What do you mean by to switch?
To trick his father.
Rebecca. Yeah, no, it was his mother.
And who convinces Leah to trick Jacob?
Would that be Leah?
No, Leah is Leah.
Oh, sorry, Rachel?
No, Rachel wanted to marry Jacob. Why would she make it take longer?
Who was it? Was it Laban?
Yeah. So now think about this. Laban and
It's a total inverse, yeah.
Rebecca and Laban were brother and sister. And remember what he says that in Haran they like to marry their oldest daughters first. So it almost seems like almost in some way, like this idea, maybe not necessarily of marrying the older daughter first, but maybe that was the trick. Maybe the trick is, or maybe the tradition is that they trick people into marrying the wrong person, or trick people into thinking that it's someone else. Because notice that both Jacob and Leah have the clothes of their sibling put onto them in order to confuse someone.
Yeah, no, that's what I was noticing was that inverse, where in the one you have the mother convincing the son to deceive, and the other one you have the father convincing the daughter to deceive.
And then with the story of Lot and his daughters deceive him.
And again, the Romans ended up summing that up with caveat emptor, the buyer beware.
The what?
The buyer beware.
No, what was the first thing you said?
Caveat emptor. It's Latin for the buyer beware.
Hey, Zero, if you want to join, the link's over here. But, yeah, let's see.
Ends up having 12 children, 11 boys and 1 girl. And after 20 years of working for Laban, he decides it's now time to go back. He packs his things, he leaves to head back to the land of Israel, where he is confronted by Laban. And Laban threatens him to say, everything is actually mine. You don't own anything. I would want to kill you for what you have done, for stealing my wife and my daughters and my grandsons and all the wealth. And you read the story and you're so confused because you don't own anything. I would want to kill you for what you have done, for stealing my wife and my daughters.
My
and
wife? What?
And all the wealth. And you read the story.
What about the wife?
You're so confused because the name Laban means white. It means purity. How can it be that someone whose name is Laban, white, pure, can at the same time be so cruel and lack understanding?
Maybe he was a Laban supremacist.
And this is what makes studies of the Torah so amazing. Laban represents a character.
You get my joke?
Or a personality.
Yep, I did. I was going to say Laban and Levant.
They are Laban. They are pure. They are white.
Sorry, what?
There is no sin.
Laban and Levant.
But that hubris.
Just add a T.
Arrogance.
I don't get it.
Is their downfall.
Oh, like
they
the
cannot see their
Fertile Crescent, the Levant.
And even when it's pointed out to them.
Oh, I got that. Sorry, I was thinking that you were saying like Lavan.
There's a concept in philosophy or in psychology called cognitive dissonance, where you have an idea in your head, and when someone presents you with real arguments as to why you are wrong, you cannot accept it. We have within the world society today this exact problem, with ideology being fused with identity. And if you're shown that your ideology is flawed, that means your identity is flawed. And who am I? And I cannot accept that. My ego will not accept that somehow my identity needs to be reviewed. And they act like a Laban. They lash out. They don't accept. They can't see. They are blinded by the light, the white light, that they cannot see the colors around them. They cannot see the nuance. And thus Laban represents a character within not just the Bible, but within ourselves, within the world around us, that sees themselves as perfect and everyone else has the problem. And Laban is dangerous. Our rabbis equate Laban with the following verse. Arami oved avi. And wondering, an Aramean, Laban, tried to destroy my father, Jacob. He was going to uproot everything that Jacob stood for. Because in his mind, Laban was perfect. And when someone comes up to you claiming moral high ground, moral superiority, that they have no marks on their souls, they are Laban, they are white, beware. Yaakov teaches us to be wary of the Labans in our lives. Shabbat Shalom. Hi, this is Rabbi Leah, and if you've enjoyed the content of the sermons and the ideas that have been expressed in the YouTube video, please hit that subscription button and notification bell and share the videos with friends. We'd love to grow the channel and love to engage with you. Please share your comments in the section below. I'd love to hear from you. Have an amazing day.
All right, so here, let me just take a step and we'll continue. Let's see. I'm just bringing this up.
Welcome to Into the Verse. This is Ari Levison.
And this is Tikva.
And we're going to be talking to you today about Parashat Vayetze. So Parashat Vayetze, although it deals in the beginning and end with Yaakov's leaving and then coming back to the land of Canaan, really the bulk of the Parsha, in my opinion, is this ongoing struggle between Yaakov and his father-in-law, Laban. Of course, it starts off when Laban tricks him into marrying the wrong daughter. He ends up having to work for him for 14 years in order to marry the daughters he wants. Then he tricks him out of the sheep, and Yaakov wants to run away. Laban doesn't let him run away, so Yaakov has to escape in the middle of the night with his whole family, and then Laban chases after him, and it's this like escalating tension and fight that gets worse and worse until ultimately Laban catches up to Yaakov, and it blows up in this whole fight. And what I want to talk to you about today is some stuff I noticed that really changed the way I read this whole story about this fight between Yaakov and Laban.
Wow, that's
sorry.
That's a big,
I thought I was still
epic
muted.
story to have a whole new reframe on. I'm excited to hear it. Where should we start?
Okay, so I promise we're going to get to Parashat Vayetze. We're going to talk all about it. But we're actually going to start somewhere completely unexpected, or unless you're an avid Aleph Beta fan, in which case you know to expect the unexpected. We're going to start in Parashat Mishpatim, in Exodus chapter 21, in this section of like really just random laws, one after another, mostly having to do with damages and the fines you pay for various different damages. Now, if you're a big Into the Verse fan, these laws might sound familiar to you, and that's because we actually dealt with them last year for Parashat Vayigash, and we looked at some fascinating parallels that those laws had to one story. So don't worry, today we're going to talk about something completely different. If you're interested in that, we'll put a link in the description. Let's dig in. These verses begin in Exodus chapter 21, verse 22. V'chinatzu anashim. So two men are fighting. V'nagfu isha hara. And they strike a pregnant woman. So this woman is not part of this fight, just total collateral damage. She's not involved, but they accidentally strike her. V'yatzu yiladaha. And literally what this means is her children come out of her. And for now, let's just leave it with that literal translation. What the fate of these children are is not clear.
Meaning whether the children survive or not.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then the case splits into two possibilities. The first possibility is v'lo yihye ason, and there is no tragedy. And the way we generally understand this is it means the death of the mother, this pregnant woman. So she does not die. Anoshi anesh kasher yashit alav bal ha'isha v'natan b'flilim. Basically, he has to pay a fine for the damages that were done. That is if the woman survives this. But verse 23, v'im ason yihya, but if there is this tragedy, if she doesn't survive, v'natatan nefesh tachat nefesh. So you give a soul for a soul. Now, literally, what does that imply, Tikva?
That whoever pushed her would get capital punishment, right? That
Right.
someone who's responsible for her death is then punished by being killed themselves.
Exactly. But when it comes to actually practical law, the way that we traditionally understand this is it doesn't mean literally capital punishment. It actually means you pay a monetary fine in place of that capital punishment, or in place of the soul, which the truth is, I think there's a lot of evidence for how the rabbis understand it that way, and we don't have time to get into that now. But it does leave you with the question of, if it doesn't actually mean capital punishment, why does it say it like this? What does it mean to
Mhm.
say a soul for a soul if it doesn't mean literally a soul for a soul? And then why does it go on to continue in verse 24 to say, ayin tachat ayin, shein tachat shein, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, yad tachat yad. And whatever the assailant does should be done to them. Now, we don't actually go poking out eyes if you poke out someone else's eye, but I think this is describing, like, in some kind of ideal divine vision of justice that, like, at least in theory, but it would be done to them. Now, we don't actually go poking out eyes if you poke out someone else's eye, but I think this is describing, like, in some kind of ideal divine, but I think be done to them. Now, we don't actually go poking out eyes if you poke out someone else's eye, but I think this is describing, like, in some kind of ideal divine vision of justice that, like, at least in theory, if God were enacting these punishments, like, whatever happens to the other person, you deserve for that to happen to you. Practically, that's not how a human court executes justice. But I think that it seems to be reflecting, like, at least in some ideal level, maybe this is what is deserving.
Yeah, it's reflecting some kind of value or reciprocity, which when we actually take that into our practical lives, we kind of account for the fact that I guess in this case it's not intentional. And so we as human beings maybe can't um, execute justice in that 100% reciprocal way. It seems to me like the Torah is trying to balance both the ideal of reciprocity and then the complexity of real life.
Yeah, totally.
Interesting.
So now I want to come back to that language of ויצא ילדיה that we
Hmm.
talked about before, that literally her children come out of her. And
Yeah.
traditionally, this is understood to mean she miscarries, which I think makes a lot of sense. But
Hmm.
there's another word that Torah has for miscarry. It's mishakelet. So it's weird that it would use this word viatsu, they come out. To me, that actually doesn't imply that the children die at all. It actually is completely ambiguous. I think you could totally read here that the children survive. But either way, it's just bizarre for the Torah to use this, like, very technical, like, physical word describing them coming out of her, and not a typical word that it would either describe a miscarriage or a successful birth.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like if the Torah wanted us to be really clear about what was going on in this verse, there was a lot of different ways it could have done that, either using more direct
It's
language or
interesting.
more
Maybe
direct
people went for
description.
connection.
Say there's some.
And unfortunately, we only have a short amount of time of those layers of meaning, and leave as hard as gang. But at least the way I want to look at it today is, seeing ויצא ילדיה as not meaning a miscarriage, but really leaving this possibility open that the children survive, and to understand it, at least in the traditional way, that ason means the mother, that we're talking about, does the mother die, does she not die?
Mhm. And so I just want to clarify then, in that case, what the fine that comes out of that is this is still a premature birth. This is still where this striking against this woman seems to be leading to her going into labor, probably not when she would have naturally. And that's the crime here, right? There's no damage done, but still that's emotional damage. We might say that that's not the natural course of events. And so there's still some punishment for that.
Yeah, exactly. According to this understanding, this would mean that even if, even if everything is okay at the end of the day and everybody survives, the Torah recognizes that, if you cause someone to have this premature birth, there's a lot of trauma and pain that comes with that,
Yeah.
and that you know that deserves to be repaid.
Yeah.
We can't just brush that off as, like, all's well that ends
Hey,
well.
welcome.
So, truth is, though, I think there's, we've talked about some of the different questions and the weird language of Yetsu here, and why it talks about a soul for a soul. But there's a much broader problem that I think we have to ask when looking at these psukim. Generally, when you want to teach a legal principle, you want to be as simple and straightforward as possible, right? Like, maken nefesh motivat. If you kill someone, you get the capital punishment. That's super clear, super straightforward. You can bullet point it easily. But if I had to ask, like, in a few words, Tikva, like, what is this law? It's the law of blank. 2 words.
Yeah, I'm not sure because it starts off um like if you really are gonna hold me to two words, I would say collateral damage. It starts off with these two men fighting, and someone else gets hurt from their fight. So it feels like, okay, that's what the Torah wants to teach.
Could go into it more. There's so many. And so Tikva, one thing that we've seen before at Aleph Beta is when you have a section in the Torah about laws, and the laws have maybe it is
An actual case. Maybe this is not just a legal principle.
in the so let's try to figure out what story could this be talking about. And let's try to break down like the elements of this set of laws here and
Okay.
and figure out where we've heard some of these before. So it starts off v'chi netzu anashim, right? When two men are fighting. Okay, what might that be talking about?
I think there's quite a few. I mean, even starting from Cain and Hevel, there's a lot of fights. So nothing is jumping out to me specifically. There's quite a few. I mean, even starting from Cain and Hevel, there's a lot of fights. So nothing is jumping out to me specifically there.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, the Torah is packed with stories of people fighting, so that doesn't really help us much. So let's turn to the next element of this law, which is you have this
Mhm.
pregnant woman and her child comes out, and there's a possibility, and maybe she actually does die
Yeah, who on earth?
as
What
this
is
child
this?
comes out. I think there's only one other story in the Torah where we have something like this at all.
Yeah, women giving birth again, all over that itself. I don't think we can narrow it down so easily. But a woman giving birth and then dying, that would be Rachel. Well, she's giving birth to Benjamin.
Indeed. Right. Rachel, when
Interesting.
when
Okay.
she is giving birth to Benjamin, she has this really hard pregnancy, and right after he's born, she passes away. Um, but if we think for a minute also about the backstory to that, right? So on one hand, right, this death that happens in Genesis 35, and it seems to be this isolated thing out of nowhere. But when the rabbis read this, they actually point to something that happened 4 chapters earlier that they say brought about this death, which brings us actually back to the fight between Yaakov and Laban. So basically,
Oh.
after 20 years in Laban's house, see
A
that
fight
smile coming
between
on
two
Tikva's face.
men. A fight. So we have a fight. We have a pregnant woman, and we have this woman dying in labor. It's starting to feel like the elements are coming together.
Right. So let's catch people up here. So
Okay.
Yaakov and Laban, right? Things are really bad. After 20 years in Laban's house, he refused to let Yaakov leave, so Yaakov runs away. And eventually Laban catches up with him, is really upset at him for running away, for taking the whole family. He's like, you've stolen my heart. And he also says, you've stolen my idols. And Yaakov, not knowing what Laban is talking about, as after everything you've done to me and you chase after me, you don't even let me leave with my family. Now you're accusing me of stealing your idols. And kind of in what I read as just a real kind of explosion of rage, says in Genesis 31, verse 32, "Im asher timtza et Elohecha," talking about the idols, my heart. And he also even let me leave with my family. Now you're accusing me of stealing your idols. And kind of in what I read as just a real kind of explosion of rage, says in Genesis 31, verse 32, "Im asher timtza et Elohecha lo yichya." Whoever you find these idols amongst, they shouldn't live. Right? He puts this curse of death upon whoever Lavan finds the idols with. Now, what Yaakov doesn't know is that his wife Rachel, his beloved Rachel, was actually the one who took these idols.
Right.
And although Lavan never actually finds them with her, because she manages to conceal them, and that's a whole separate story. As the rabbis understand, Yaakov's words were really binding here. And this curse, even though it came out of this fit of anger, and maybe he didn't, however much, I don't know, he meant it, wanted it to really come true, he ends up putting this curse on his wife Rachel. But then the curse actually doesn't take effect right away. It's actually not until she's pregnant that this curse kicks into effect. And her dying in childbirth, which was not very long later, we understand as a result of this curse.
Ari, what you're pointing out, it's really resonant with what you're showing us in Shemot. It's also so heartbreaking because we have these two men fighting, and it's as a result from their fighting in their, it's not physical blows, but in their sparring, their verbal sparring, Yaakov says something which is almost like an inadvertent push to someone else, and that person getting pushed is Rachel. And what you're pointing out is that when that push essentially takes effect, it's when she's pregnant and when she's giving birth to Benjamin is when she actually passes away and feels the full effect of that curse. Um, and so it does feel like when you put all those elements together, again, it's not as immediate, it's not as physical as the case we have in Shemot, but you do have all of those elements: two men fighting, and the collateral damage is Rachel.
Yeah, right. We have men fighting. We have collateral damage. A pregnant woman who dies giving birth. Really, all of the
Yeah.
elements are there.
It's funny because we were talking about how Shemot, how Exodus seems to be making this case so complicated. But when you point this out, what I'm realizing is Exodus is actually making the case simpler. It's actually showing us here's what happened in a case that was even more complicated and even in a way more abstract or less direct. It's really, really interesting to have that flip of vision there and all of a sudden be like, oh, Exodus is actually helping us see this story simplified and clearer in a clearer way.
That's a great point. It's like all of a sudden like distilling this case down into like these core elements. It's like a
Mhm.
fight, pregnant woman, childbirth.
Yeah. What's striking me now, though, is the implication is that, yeah, well, someone is responsible in Exodus, right? Someone is punished. And my
Mhm.
assumption was it was the person who hit this woman. Doesn't matter if the two people are fighting. Maybe I'm not reading close enough, but it doesn't matter if the two people are fighting, right? Someone hits this woman and now they get punished. You follow through that algebra, Yaakov is the responsible party. He's the one who, in a sense, actually hits Rachel. So I don't know if that's where you're
Right.
going or relevant, but that
Right.
just strikes me as a little chilling.
Right. And so Tikva, it's interesting because the language it uses when it talks about striking her is actually nagfu, which is
Mm.
plural, which seems to imply that to a certain extent, when two people fight, um, they're kind of both to blame for what happens. Like collateral damage is this really ugly thing that's kind of unavoidable when you have fighting, and it's really like everyone who's involved in the fight is to blame to a certain extent for what happens. But once it switches to the punishment, it goes back into singular. And so it does
Hmm.
seem that although to a certain extent maybe both of these parties share some blame, there is one person who is primarily responsible, and as you said, in this case that seems to be Yaakov. So let's look at that punishment now,
Sure.
and let's look at what it actually says. So wait, remember we said the case splits into two, right? Is there a
Hmm.
son? Does the mother die or does she not die? And of course, sadly, in our case, which one are we dealing with?
We're dealing with a son where she does die.
We're dealing with a
So the
son,
punishment would be
right? She
nefesh
does
tachat
die.
nefesh.
Nefesh tachat nafesh. So, and as we said, right, it doesn't mean you execute the person, but on some level,
Hmm.
what it seems to be describing is whatever the assailant does to this woman gets done back to him, or at least should, in some
Hmm.
ideal world, get done back to him.
Hmm.
So let's think about that, right? Like, so what happens to
This is
her?
interesting.
Right? We have like two things: Yatsu Yilada, right? Her child leaves her,
Hmm.
and then as a result of that child leaving her, she dies.
Hmm.
So, do we ever have something like that with Yaakov?
Joseph?
With
Does that
Yaakov.
come back to bite him as a punishment?
He does, in a sense, lose a child. I mean, Yosef ends up being kidnapped. He ends up being abducted, sold into slavery, and he's absent for a number of years. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, so Tikva, look at Genesis chapter 44:28.
Okay.
This is actually, it's Yehuda who is describing to the Egyptian viceroy, who turns out is Yosef, although he doesn't know that.
Hmm.
But he's describing how they wanted to bring Benjamin back to Egypt, like Yosef had wanted them to. And of course, Yaakov refuses to let them. And look at the language he uses to describe
Hmm.
losing this one child.
So this is Yehuda talking to Yosef, telling him what his father Yaakov had said to him. ביום עבדך אביא עלינו אתם ידעתם כי שנאים ילדה לי אשתי. Your servant, my father, he said to us, you know that my wife gave birth to 2 sons. ויצא אחד מאיתי, and one of them is gone from me. ואומר אך טרף ולא ראיתי עד הנה. And he was torn by a beast, and I haven't seen him since then. Yehuda is telling Yosef essentially the story of Yosef's own demise, his like fake death through the eyes of Yaakov. Oh, and he says Vayetze. It's the same language.
Right.
He's gone out, so he doesn't say explicitly he died.
I mean, I think it actually implies some ambiguity, right? Amar af
Yeah.
taraf v'lo re'iti varhena. I said, oh, he
Yeah.
was surely torn by a beast, and I haven't seen him until now, which to me leaves some possibility of, maybe he's still alive. He's gone.
Interesting.
I'm never gonna see him again.
I think you're right. He doesn't want to say he died. He's just saying he
And I
had this
haven't seen him
horrible.
until now at the same time he's talking to him.
Well, no, I haven't seen him since, not until now. Since then.
I think you're right. He doesn't want to say he died. He's just saying he had this horrible experience that most of us would assume led to death.
Anyway, let's continue with this. So, let's see. Where are we at? Okay. ויאמר יעקב אל לבן הבה את אשתי כי מלאו ימי ואבוה אליה ויאסוף לבן את כל אנשי המקום ויעש משתי ויהי בערב ויקח את לאה בתו ויבא אותה אליו יבוא אליה ויתן לבן לה את זלבה שפחתו ללאה ביתו שפחה ויהי בבוקר והנה היא לאה ויאמר אל לבן מה זאת עשית לי הלא ברחל עבדתי עמך ולמה לי מיתני ויאמר לבן לא יעשה כן במקומנו לתת חצירה לפני הבחירה ממלא שבוע זאת וניתנה לך גם את זאת בעבודה אשר תעבוד עמדי עוד 7 שנים אחרות ויעש יעקב כן וימלא שבועה זאת ותיתן לו את רחל בתו לו לאישה ויתן לבן לרחל בתו את בלחה שפתחו לשפחה ויבא גם אל רחל ויאהב גם את רחל מלא ויעבוד עמו עוד 7 שנים אחרות. Let's see. And Jacob said to Laban, bring to me my wife, because I have fulfilled the years of my service to you. No, for my time, for my days are fulfilled. I will. Oh my God! It says that I may cohabitate with her, but literally says that I may go into her. That's the direct translation. And Laban gathered all the people of the place. How does it translate this? People of the place, or the locals, local dignitaries, like the men of renown of the place, and they made a feast. And it was evening, and he took Leah, his daughter, and they brought her to him, and I swear this is literally the direct translation. And he came into her, and Laban gave to her Zilpah, his maidservant, to Leah, his daughter, as a maid, or like a servant. And when it was morning, there she was, Leah, and so he said to Laban, what is this, or what's she doing here? Yeah. Oh, ma zota sitali. What is she doing? Oh no, what have you done to me? Why in my service for Rachel, for you, or was I served you for Rachel, and why did you beguile me? It's like I am the beguiler. Nobody beguiles the beguiler, but apparently it runs in the family, and therefore I have been beguiled by my uncle. Beguncle.
Yep, your mother taught you everything you know, but she didn't teach you everything that we were taught by our daddy.
It's like the children of Nahor. They're like con artists. Let's see, where are we? And Laban said, Lo ya'aseken. We do not do this in our place. To give Hatzira, to give the younger. Interesting. Tza'ir means little, insignificant, or young. Insignificant. That's a mean term. It also says mean here. We do not give the younger daughter before the firstborn. It's like, oopsie, didn't you read the fine print? Fulfill this 7, and I will give to you also her for working that to work for me another 7 years. Yeah, another 7 years. 7 more years. 7 other. It's weird. It says Amadi. Oh, work again for me, or work more for me. 7 years. Another 7 years. So it's repeating it. So work for me. Work more for me. Another 7 years. Okay, that makes sense. And so And so Jacob did that, and he fulfilled those 7, the bridal week. It says, Shavua. I thought it was Sheva, but no, it's because Shavua, week, is actually derived from the root for Sheva, which means 7. So it's funny. So he fulfilled the week. He fulfilled her week, and he took. Wait, what? And then he gave to him Rachel, his daughter, for his wife, and Laban gave to Rachel his daughter, gave Bilhah to Rachel his daughter for his maidservant for a handmaid, let's see. I'm also trying to figure out where we. Okay, so let's see where 4 starts up. Let's see. 13. Okay, it's not bad. Oh shoot! What did I just do? Oh, nothing. All right, so ויבוא גם אל רחל ויאהב גם את רחל מלאה ויעבוד עמוד 7 שנים אחרות וירא אדוני כי שנואה לאה ויפתח את רחמה ורחל הקרבה ותעליה ותלד בן ותקרא שמו ראובן כי אמרה כי רע אדוני בעיני כי אתה יאהבני אישי וטהר עוד ותלד בן ותאמר כי שמע אדוני כי שנואה אנוכי ויתן לי גם את זה ותקרא שמו שמעון ותחר עוד ותלד בן ותאמר אתה הפעם ילווה אישי אלי כי ילדתי לו 3 בנים על כן קרא שמו לוי ותחר עוד ותלד בן ותאמר הפעם אודה את אדוני על כן קרא שמו יהודה ותעמוד ולדת. ותרא רחל כי ראוי ילדה ליעקב ותקנא רחל באחותה ותאמר אל יעקב הבא לי בנים ואם מאין מתה אנוכי וייחד אף יעקב ברחל ויאמר בתחת אלוהים אנוכי אשר מנע ממך פרי בטן ותאמר הנה אמתי בהילה בוא אליה ותלד על ברכי ובנה גם אנוכי ממנה ותיתן לו את בלהה שפחתה לאישה ויבוא אליה יעקב ותהר בלהה ותלד ליעקב בן. Let's see. So, and wait, I already read that part. Wait, did I? And he also gave Rachel and I think I read that part. I think some more years. And Adonai always saw that because Sinua Leah, because Leah was, it says hated, because Leah was hated. So because Adonai saw that Leah was unloved or hated, he opened her womb and Rachel was barren. And Leah became pregnant. I mean, like, I'm sorry, but this honestly, like, if I didn't know better, it sounds like this is saying it was a virgin birth. I'm joking. And Leah became pregnant and she bore a son and she called his name Reuven because she said that Adonai has seen Be'ani has seen in my iniquity or in my pity, my affliction, that because now Yahaveni Ishim, now my husband will love me. He's got to love me now that we have a kid together. Honey, that's what they all think.
Famous last words.
Not last words. Last words before having to spend the rest of your life taking care of a kid without any help from your... Well, but luckily she married into a rich family, so even though he didn't really care about her, he cared about his sons. That's dark. It's really dark. Let's see. And she became pregnant again, and she bore a son, and she said, because Adonai has heard that I am hated, I have given him also. And he has given me also this one. And so she called his name Shimon. Interesting. Shama. Wait, so Shim or Anochi. Wait, you could definitely, I mean, all the letters are there. It's interesting. And so she called his name Shimon or Simeon. And she became pregnant again. Wow. She's very fertile, thanks to God. She became pregnant again, and she bore a son. And she said, now, this time, Yilave ishi, my husband will be bound to me. This is attached to me, but literally bound, connected to me. I'm going to shackle him to me. I'm going to bind him to me, because Yaladati, because I have born for him three sons. Therefore, she called his name Levi, which means bound. It's the same word as Leviathan, which means like twisting serpent, I think. And she became pregnant another time, and she bore a son. And she said, "This time I am thankful that Adonai. I'm thankful to Adonai. This time I will praise Adonai." And therefore she called his name Yehuda, and stood and ta'amod, and remained. Miledet. V'ta'amod miledet. And ta'amod. I stand. This doesn't make sense. To remain firm, present, to take as a stand, remain. It seems like this is saying that, and her she continued. This is she stopped bearing, but ta'omed. Yeah, it's got to be amad, which is to stand still or stop. Oh, that's the context. And she stopped bearing children. And Rachel saw that that she did not bear for children. She did not bear children for Jacob, and Rachel was envious. Oh, interesting. Kana, it's like connected to acquire, but it's like you're jealous of someone's acquisitions. It's so interesting how the words are connected. So she was Rachel was jealous of in or of her sister, and she said to Jacob, Haba, give to me sons, and if not, and if not, mate anochi, I will die. And Jacob was angry, was very angry at Rachel, and said, Hatachat Elohim, Hatachat Elohim, I am below God, Asher Mana, that I am below God that withholds from you the fruit of the womb. So it says, "Can I take the place?" But literally, I am below God. I can't do it. God can. And she said, "Behold, here, Amati. Oh, behold my handmaid Bilhah. Go into her, and she will bear upon Barachi. She'll bear on my knees." What? The Ivane, and that Bane, and that I may build also. Wait, that I may also build Mimena from her, or through her may I build. And she gave to him Bilhah, her handmaid, as a. See, this is an interesting thing. This word Isha, it's the same word as her. There's no distinction Bilhah's his wife as well, because the truth is there was no such thing as like a marriage ceremony to make someone your wife. The marriage ceremony was the consummation. And so by that very act, there was no functional difference between the handmaids and their mistresses, basically, which if you read Talmudic tradition was actually their half sister. I think they're sisters, but like it's probably implied that it was their half sisters because it was probably that they were children of their father's like slaves or servants or something. I don't know. I haven't read that deep into it, but and what is this? Did I say? Oh yeah, for a wife, and he went into her, and Jacob went into her, Yaakov went into her, and she became pregnant. Bilhah became pregnant, and she bore to Jacob a son. And okay, here we're at 5. So I need to give my voice. Actually, wait, no, or we're going to finish with this one. Let's see. Vatahar Bilhah vateled Leah. Wait, no, you're. ותאמר רחל דנני אלוהים וגם שמע בקולי וייתן לי בן על כן קרא שמו דן וטהרות ותלד בלכה שפחת רחל בן שני ליעקב ותאמר רחל נפלה יעקב ותאמר רחל נפתו לאלוהים נפתלתי עם אחותי גם יכולתי ותקרא שמו נפתלי ותרא לאה כי עמדה מלדת ותיקח את זלפה שפחתה ותיתן אותה ליעקב לאישה ותלך זלפה שפחת לאה ליעקב בן ותאמר לאה בגד ותקרא את שמו גד ותלד זלפה שפחת לאה בן שני ליעקב ותאמר לאה באשרי כי אישרוני בנות ותקרא את שמו אשר וילך וראובן ויהי בימי קציר חטים וימצא דודאים בשדה ויבא אותם לאה אמו ותאמר רחל אליה תני לה לי מדודאי בנך ותאמר לה החמת קחתך את אישי ולקחת גם את דודאי בני ותאמר רחל לכן וישכב עמך הלילה תחת דודאי בנך. And Bilhah became, or when I read that, and Rachel said, Danani, I have been judged, or I've been vindicated, it says, but I've been judged by God, and also heard, and also he has heard in my voice, and given to me a son, and therefore she called his name Dan, which also means judge. and V'tahar od, and Rachel's maid Bilhah, she became pregnant and bore. Bilhah became pregnant and bore. Or Bilhah, the handmaid of Rachel, became pregnant again and bore a second son for Jacob. And Rachel said, it's interesting though, they have no agency in the naming. It's all Rachel and Leah. And Rachel said, Naphtule, Naftul, wrestling, this is interesting. Naphtule Elohim Niftalti. There's no mention here of God. Fateful contest I waged. Naphtule Elohim. Naphtule. The divine wrestling, divine struggles. Niftalti, I have struggled with my sister. Also, Yachalti, I have finished. Also, I've succeeded. Yeah, prevailed. And so she called his name Naphtali, which means my struggle. Wait, what? This doesn't make sense. I have to look at commentary for this. Do you guys have any thoughts so far?
Again, an echo of Abraham, where the chosen wife is barren, and the handmaiden of the wife is having kids.
Let's see. Is there any?
As
Sorry, go ahead.
Sarah, also as with right or no?
Okay, this is fascinating. So apparently, where it says Naphtule Elohim, it's not it's not the struggles of God. This is saying mighty struggles, which it's I'm sorry, but it seems I thought I knocked something over that shouldn't have been knocked over, but it's fine. But it seems strange. It seems like it should be more than that. There's plenty of words for mighty that aren't literally, one of the names of God. Let's see.
Well, also, like I said, with lack of agency and this, giving over of the servant, same way the women were given over by their fathers.
Interesting. Okay, so, but yeah, it's a really interesting parallel. So look at this. So this. Oh shit! What was that? Okay, so this is Ibn Ezra. Wrestlings. Naphtule wrestlings is a noun in the Nifal. Its meaning is I strove, as a man who, when wrestling with another, twists the Yiftol in his efforts to overthrow his opponent in order. That's also why Naphtali has the stag as its symbol, because of how they wrestle with each other with their antlers. To overpower his opponent in order to throw him to the ground. The word titapal, thou dost deal tortuously, 2 Samuel 22:27 is similar. The reason Rachel mentioned God, Naphtule Elohim, is either that out of respect for the God Lord she had given, but not out of respect for Adonai, out of respect for Elohim, she had given her handmaid to her husband, or that God helped her in her struggle. Interesting. Or it could also be a contest of God. It's fascinating how there's so many different interpretations. Elohim, the use of the word Elohim is symbolic of the fierceness of the sisters' competition. When we want to emphasize something as being extraordinary, we sometimes use the word Elohim to do this, as for instance, in the description of the size of the city of Nineveh in Jonah 3:3, where it is described as Ir Dola le Elohim. But it says it was a great city for God. It's not a great city, not a mighty city. It's not Ir Dola Elohim. It's a similar expression, Kehare Elohim, describes towering mountain by using the word Elohim as the appropriate adjective to describe this. And Song of Songs. Wait, what's this saying? Passion is mighty as. I've got to see this with the Hebrew. No, show me it. Let's see. Why can I not? Oh, this is what I'm looking for, right? So, what's this say here? Elohim. Where's Elohim here? It was 8:6. Okay. Where is this here? I feel like I'm missing. 6:8? What? 8:6? Am I missing something? I'm totally missing something. I've got to be. Shemani? What? L? Oh, maybe it's just L, and that's why I wasn't seeing it. Shell? I don't even see an L here. I must be tired, either that or this was written up improperly. Let's see. Oh, it's bugging me because I'm like, did I miss something? I totally... Whatever. Just a distraction. Let's see. Wrestlings of God. Interesting. Menachem ben Sirach explains in his Machberet dictionary that the word Naphtali is of the same root as Patil in number 1915, a covering closely bound upon it, so that the words here mean, by bonds from God have I been joined to my sister, made equal to her to merit the privilege of having children. I, however, explain in the same sense as perverse and crooked. Okay. Prevailed. Okay. Interesting. Let's go back to it. Let's see. I've prevailed, so she named him Naphtali, and Leah saw that that she had stopped bearing children. She took Zilpah, her handmaid, and gave her to Jacob for a wife, and Teled, and she and Zilpah Zilpah, the Leah's handmaid, bore Jacob a son, and Leah said, "Ba God, ba, luck has entered, maybe, or begod, or in luck, or it says what luck, but in luck, or and she called his name God, which means luck. God was also a luck god in the Levant, which is pretty fascinating.
Fortune.
Yeah. You also have I mean, just I'm trying to think. You have Judge River. It's given it's like Don can. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Don can mean judge. So like all of these are names that are used in theonyms generally as well.
It seems that there are various pagan names throughout the names.
Yeah.
That refer to other pagan gods.
Let's see. And Zilpah bore a second son, the handmaid of Leah, bore a second son for Jacob. And Leah said, in blessedness, or what blessedness, what fortune, what happiness, that I have been called, or because, but I also that, that or for Ishruni, I have been declared blessed or happy or righteous, banot amongst women, um, or banot ishuni, daughters or women will call me blessed, and she called his name Asher. Definitely a lot of Asherah, imagery here. And um, and Reuben went out in the time of the harvest of wheat. Is this? Yeah, of wheat. And he found Dudai mandrakes. Ooh, love apples as exciting sexual desire and favoring procreation. It's good for your brain and for your beten, your innards. Let's just leave it at that. He found mandrakes in the field, and he brought them to Leah, his mother, and Rachel said to Leah, "Give me, please, from the mandrakes of your son." I'm sorry, but that just sounds really inappropriate. It's like, lady, that's your stepson and nephew. Like, I know you're probably not talking about it that way, but it sounds wrong.
Well, at least she asked first rather than just taking him.
True. And let's see. And she said to her, Hamat, is it like a little bit? It's a little bit that you or Hamat, a little that you have taken from me, my husband, and also you are taking the mandrakes of my son. And she said, and Rachel said, okay, therefore you can sleep with you can sleep with him this night. Not clarifying. Rachel saying this to Leah that she can sleep with Jacob beneath or tachat, on account of or in exchange for the mandrakes of your son. Also, it's interesting. So tachat, that's the same word that's used for eye for eye, ayin tachat ayin. So it means like in return for. That's fascinating. So it means literally under, but I didn't know that it could also mean in return for or exchange. Yeah,
So
under par. Sorry, yeah.
just magic and voodoo all over the place, and pagan gods. Was not Asher also the Assyrian god for a while by that point?
He was, but the thing that it's more important to focus on is Asherah.
Yeah, Asher was that was the capital city of Assyria. That was like the founding city.
There's also some theories that it might be connected to Osiris as well.
Well, but of the god, and it's naming a male child, right?
Yeah, but
and it was a male god of the Assyrians.
Yeah, but the motifs are more directly connected with the language of Asherah, fertility and happiness.
Yeah.
Whereas Asher is more associated with like uprightness or correctness, like the opposite of crookedness. So it's the same root, but it's understood in two different ways, depending on context. And because it's she's not talking. Sorry, yeah.
Just both being high gods, top of the heap.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Asherah was the mother of 77 gods and goddesses.
And the earlier where the curse was given with the law situation, or about the stolen idols, whoever stole the idols. It's casting of a curse. It wasn't framed in the form of praying to God to do it. It's casting a curse. I mean, it's just steeped in the older paganism. And the mandrake roots, of course, right into, herbal magic.
But it's interesting because so Leah wants the mandrakes so that she can become pregnant, and Rachel wants the mandrakes so that Rachel wants the mandrakes so she can become pregnant, and Leah wants them Leah wants the mandrakes so that Jacob will be with her, but also so that she can get pregnant again.
Yep. Magic all the way around, from plant magic.
Plant magic is magic. All right, so let's see, where are we at? Oh yeah, I need a tiny break because my voice is but we're in the last stretch. And I'm like, thank God, because I got the majority out, so we're going to finish with 4, start on 5, and then tonight I'm going to do the last 3. So I did 4, then 3, so that's 7. Okay, perfect. Because I was really behind this week, because I'm probably going to do the same thing next week because I have a final paper due on Wednesday, and so I really need to catch up with that. But I also don't want to fall behind on this because I really made a commitment to this. And the way that my brain works is like something like school, I know I'm going to be able to do it no matter what, even if I basically torture myself in order to do it. Something like this, it's like I feel like I made this commitment. It's strange. Like my priorities there, like I have it for both, but it's like I know for one I'm definitely going to do it just because it's like it's school. Whereas with this, it's like if I don't force myself to do it, it's not getting done.
But all he's willing to say is I haven't seen him, and he's gone away from me. He's left.
Right, and so here is Yaakov, just like the pregnant woman in Mishpatim,
Also,
and just like Rachel,
Zero,
who gave birth to.
do you
Yep.
appreciate the pun of the name of this episode?
I'm not sure I've seen it because I came in late.
It's at the top.
Not on my screen. But not a way I can see.
2 girls, 1 Jacob.
Cub as in whelps.
What? No, like 2 girls, 1 Jacob.
Well, technically 3 girls if you throw in the handmaiden.
You mean 4?
Beach Boys, 2 girls for every boy.
Yeah, I'm not going to explain it. You either get it or you don't. On that note,
Benjamin, a child already went out from him. And now what's about to happen is he's afraid about the next child.
I mean, like, I want to clarify. It's because it's such a big part of meme culture. I'm just leaving it. No, I'm leaving it there. Well, if you really want to know, just search the first 2 words and search for meme, and that's all you need to know. Make sure you search for the. Actually, you know what? Just don't look it up. Just don't. This is like bad.
You're trying to get more people to look it up. You know that.
Meaning of Yaakov?
Never mind. I feel like everybody who's going to watch this knows probably, but no, it's like
all about Benjamin coming out from him. And look back at verse 22.
I'm going to be honest, it was the first thing that came to mind because it's such an easy pun, whereas with anything else it would have required a lot more thought, and I didn't really. I was just trying to get the stream going, but it turns out it didn't matter because I spent hours working on
Talking about the Jewish meaning or something?
No, it has nothing to do with Judaism. It's a pop culture reference. And by pop culture, more like poop culture. Ugh. Oh, God.
South Park thing or something?
No, I'm not explaining it. Like, I've explained enough.
You hear what Yehuda says will happen.
It's like
if Binyamin
I'm polluting all the holy Torah with the filth of the internet.
leaves Yaakov, if Yaakov loses Binyamin.
לא אוכל הנער לעזוב את אביו,
What?
ועזב את אביו ומת.
He's a jack off?
No. It's hilarious because, like, you really don't understand. I mean, like, it's not like the funny thing isn't that you don't get it. It's because, like, it's just people on the internet are disgusting. Let's just leave it there, okay? Actually, to be fair, that it wasn't just the internet. I don't know the point is people are disgusting in general. Basically, we're fallen from Eden. We ate of the tree of knowledge, and some people they ate a bit too much of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then they focused a bit too much on sexuality, but like didn't put any constraints on that, and then that's how you end up with really, really strange stuff.
They're all hopped up on the mandrake.
Yeah.
Really strange stuff with generations of brothers marrying sisters.
Yet somehow it's when we get the internet that this stuff really ends up, this shit ends up hitting the fan.
And then it ends up with the surrogacy. Because somebody's used too much of something and become barren. I think they've been practicing contraceptive herbs that may go a little too far, so then they got to farm the job out.
Interesting.
The boy can't leave his father. If he were to leave his father would die. So our father would die. Yaakov would die. He's basically saying that is death for a child to go out from him. It's Yaakov's own death.
Right.
Yeah.
Child leaves Yaakov, and as a result
Oh my
of
God.
child leaving
I
Yaakov,
feel so stupid. I just realized the song Am Yisrael Chai, so which means that the people of Israel live, and then the next verse is Od Avinu Chai, our father still lives. And so I'm thinking, well, the only thing I'm thinking in this Avinu, it's probably referring to God because God's our father. But no, in this context, it's actually referring to Israel or Jacob, like, you know, personify the people personified as the ancestor. So it's interesting, the idea that the ancestor is still alive because of his descendants. It's almost like his seed lives in him, and now he lives in his seed. Any thoughts on that?
One of those senses of immortality is you have immortality through your children. And I think it's echoing some of that tag.
You think it almost might, because I know there are, like, for instance, like the Druze religion, they believe in reincarnation, like to the point that, like, they believe that that people in their family are reincarnations of other people, like further back in their family. So it's almost like your kids are your respawn point.
Another layer of incest across the ages.
Where's the incest in that?
Well, if you're, well, I don't know. If they're, it depends on if they're an individual reincarnation or if they're kind of spread out into multiple persons.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Is it really incest to have sex with your great-great-grandmother? Tag.
The question is it really incest if you have sex with yourself?
Yeah.
I'm not talking.
If you got to wait 7 years, it's quite a buildup.
Yeah, talk about a buzzkill. Imagine if after all that time it turned out that unfortunately The little blue pill hadn't been invented yet, but he needed it in the course of those 7 years, but he didn't need it before.
And if you're not allowed to own it, meanwhile, you got Raquel Welch there.
What?
Just think of Raquel Welch like a Rachel coming off of that. Onanism, you can't spill your seed on the ground. You just got to hold it.
Yaakov would die. It doesn't happen, but here you have this threat, this possibility that this is going to happen. And by the way, who is this child?
This child is Binyamin. This is the child that Rachel gave birth to. So we're essentially seeing Yaakov is in a similar situation to Rachel at that moment. Rachel is giving birth to Binyamin. He's leaving her body, and she is dying from that. And here we have Yaakov, and we know what happens. They have this whole conversation, but ultimately Binyamin does leave. And what you're pointing out is that Binyamin leaving Yaakov's house is like Yaakov is going to die from that.
Right? It's like this perfect mida keneged mida, like what Yaakov caused to happen to Rachel is now about to happen to him. And it seems like it's about to happen until Yehuda steps in and stops fate in its tracks and saves the day. You know, it's interesting if you think about like what the most immediate thing that brought about Yaakov losing his children was. It
Mhm.
was actually also a fight.
Yeah, that's true.
And it had
Fight
some
between the brothers.
unintended right, which maybe had some unintended consequences for Yaakov. But the brothers probably didn't mean to hurt him the way they did. And
Yeah.
then if you think backwards, right, because this all started with the fight between Yaakov and Laban, which really the way they did for Yaakov. But the brothers probably didn't mean to hurt him the way they did. And
Yeah.
then if you think backwards, right, because this all started with the fight between actually also, you know, about what Yaakov fate track. It's about to Rachel is now until if you Yaakov, which really kind of came to and
Yeah.
then if you think backwards, right, because this all started with the fight between Yaakov and Laban, which really kind of came to a head when Laban chased after Yaakov. But why was Laban so mad chasing after Yaakov? It was partly the idols, but there was a much bigger thing that
Mhm.
was on his mind, which was
Yaakov had run away with his daughters. And I believe that's what Laban says. Laban had lost his children in a sense.
right. Laban had lost his children. They were taken away from him before he was
Yeah.
ready. He wasn't ready for them to leave him yet. It's almost like Laban had this like early birth kind of experience too. And then if you keep working backwards and you think, well, what happened before this? There was another fight between people. You had Yaakov and Esav who were fighting, and
Mhm.
that also led to someone leaving their parents. Right? Yaakov left their parents because of the fight between Yaakov and Esav. And what's the language, it uses there? It's the first word of our Parshah, right? Vayetze. Yeah, and Yaakov went
Yeah.
out. Right? He wasn't just
Mhm.
going out from the land of Canaan. He was also going out from his parents in that same language. So we have this cycle of fight, children being forced to go out, fight, children being forced to go out, fight, children being forced to go out. Um, and it's just like this horrible, terrible cycle, which eventually at the end of Bereshit gets stopped, and Yehuda does what he does to stop it, and Yosef does what he does to stop it.
Yeah, you just have series of fights and leaving, fights and leaving. And again, we can like go through it and mark off who we think is responsible, who we think is collateral damage. But I would say when you have a family like this, and this is your family history, there's a lot of collateral damage in that, right? Like there's a lot of people getting hurt. For sure. So, Ari, this is fascinating. We ended up jumping all over Genesis. I just want to take a minute to pause and think back to what we've seen. So, you showed us these laws in Mishpatim, and we saw that they jumping all over Genesis. I just want for sure. So, Ari, this is fascinating. We ended up jumping all over Genesis. I just want to take a minute to pause and think back to what we've seen. So, you showed us these laws in Mishpatim, And we saw that they seem to actually apply to cases in Bereshit, and it seems that the core case is Rachel's death. That seems to be our cornerstone, I would say, right? Like we have a woman who's pregnant who dies in labor, and what we've seen is that death itself is actually part of this larger fight between Laban and Yaakov. Um, and then we were continuing the implications of that, right? Okay, so if this story in Shemot lines up to the story between Rachel and Yaakov and Laban, and we're just following through on our cast of characters, Yaakov seems to be the person who is then the person who you would expect to be punished. And what you show me is that actually does come through, that does follow through. Yaakov does seem to be punished, and he seems to be punished in this reciprocal way that lines up with the punishment that we've seen in Shemot. And you show me that this cycle of violence is actually part of the larger story, right? So we have this case in various ways repeating itself. So I'm on board with you for all of that. But I remember you saying that for you, what this really changed was how you see that fight between Laban and Yaakov. And so I'd love to go back to that.
Right. So for me, what these connections in Parshat Mishpatim made me realize is that this thing where Yaakov says this curse and it ends up leading to the death of Rachel. It's not this isolated thing. It was part of a fight between two people, neither of whom wanted to hurt Rachel, right? Rachel was
Yeah.
Laban's beloved daughter and Yaakov's beloved wife. None of them wanted this to happen, but they were fighting. And when two people fight, there's gonna be collateral damage. There's gonna be unintended consequences. That's beloved wife. None of them wanted this to happen, but they were fighting. And when two people fight, there's gonna be collateral damage. There's gonna be unintended consequences. That's the nature of conflict and of fights. And I always read this story of this fight as being really one-sided. And I always read this story of this fight, like and of fights. And I always read this story of this fight as being really one-sided. Lavan's this terrible guy. He's tricking Yaakov constantly. He's abusive. He gaslights him. When Lavan finally tries to leave, Lavan doesn't let him. And so, like, what choice does Yaakov have? Like, of course he has to run away in the middle of the night. How else is he going to get his family out of there? He seems totally justified. And I think he is. And if I was in Yaakov's shoes, I don't know what else I would have done. But then you could also look at Lavan's side of it, and you could see how heartbroken Lavan was. And he says, "Vatignovat levavi, you've stolen my heart." And however justified one side may be, a fight is a fight. And the way Parshat Mishpatim shows it doesn't say what the fight's about. It doesn't say who started the fight. It says there's a fight, and not just he hits a woman, they hit a woman, because to a certain extent, like anyone who's involved in this fight is responsible for the damage that is
Yeah.
caused. And this has unintended consequences for Lavan. It has unintended consequences for Yaakov and for Rachel, and even for the next generation, as this cycle of conflict and children getting pulled away from their parents continues.
Oh yeah, tying it into what's going on today. And I think that's like an important thing, because at the end of the day, regardless of, who starts a fight or whatever, at the end of the day, both people who take part in a fight are responsible for the damage that takes place as a result. And then it's like the thing that it seems happens all too often is each side just wants to blame the other rather than realize that they're both responsible for what's happened.
While I agree with you, I think more emphasis is on the person who starts the fight.
Obviously.
Because if somebody throws the punch, what do you expect the other person to do? Just sit there, take it, and fall over while they keep getting punched? It's one of those is where is the least, from my perspective, where's the least amount of damage done? And sometimes the least amount of damage done is fighting back and accepting you're going to get some peripheral consequences. Tags.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like the damage that you do. I'm not saying like, oh, someone attacks you and you attack them, and then as a result they attack, and then like they end up hurting. Like if you end up hurting someone I mean, like I feel obviously there's nuance, but still, like to at least admit that both parties are responsible, even if it's not equally.
Well, and then the enmity that was sown in the beginning from the Father, the Lord, uh, predetermined all of these conflicts. Seems to be maybe just
What do
to
you mean?
spice up the universe, some drop. Well, all of the enmity between, serpent and Eve, the Ishmael, you know, you know, your hands will be upon him, and vice versa, and all that. It's predetermined. It's in the mix before they even are.
Oh, I see what you mean.
That's interesting. So if you
And
just
if you
read,
Oh, yeah.
if you just read Genesis,
if you understood in the Zoroastrian sense with Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, that they're just those two contending forces of the universe, and one understanding of that is that that creates a challenge, and so there's a fulfillment and a development that occurs by having a worthy opponent, and that you want that worthy opponent. You don't want the absolute lack of that, because there are certain aspects you could never develop.
Yeah. It's almost like you have one extreme and the other, and by combining the two, you get the middle path.
Mm-hmm.
without Shemot. One of the things you're saying is Yaakov would look like an innocent victim himself. He would look like someone who's just trying to, do what he can to have freedom. And Laban's the bad guy. But once you see all these parallels and you're lining up the cast of characters, and it hits you that, oh, Yaakov is not just an innocent player in this. He lines up with one of these two men who's having the fight. And in Shemot, the responsibility lies on both those men. Like we said, only one is punished, but in the language of Nagfu, that plural language, there is a sense that these two people are responsible for this fight. It makes you go back to Genesis and kind of check yourself and say, oh, wait, have I been going too easy on Yaakov? Because the implication in Shemot is that he is partnered with Laban as one of the fighters. He is not just the innocent bystander in this
Also,
episode.
I don't know how I haven't
And
thought
so,
of this
yeah, I see
before,
that does actually.
but it almost feels like Laban might, and this might also be a reason why there is such negative imagery of Laban that's used. But I wonder if Laban, his name literally means white, is connected to, because basically, if you double the nun, you change Laban to Lavanan, Lebanon. It's Lebanon. It's literally the name Lebanon. So I wonder, like, is Laban, Lebanon?
Even
Or,
Laban, the original Laban, I don't know what the deal is with the interchangeability of the B's and the V's. I mean, I kind of understand it linguistically.
I mean, it's not just that. You also have sins and shins. So like, Asherah was also Asherah, which is also interesting because that puts into context the fact that Sarah is just Asherah without an aleph. But then you have what was it, like, you have the I'm trying to think, what was it we were talking about, buzz and buzz. You have the vav, which can be a wow or a o, and then also a va, like a wow, excuse me, wow. So it's like it's a wow, but it has a hint of a wow, like wow. And the same way there's ayin, but it's actually ayin. The thing is that if you don't, like, if you aren't trained, like, from a young age, or you haven't trained, for a while to be able to pronounce it, it's a ayin. It's like it sounds absolutely ridiculous if you can't pull it off. but there's a ayin and there's a gain, and it's actually the same reason that like the Maghreb, like northwest Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So Maghreb, and because the ayin can also be gain, so west in Hebrew is ma'arav. Now, if you change the ayin to a gain, it's magarav. Maghreb and ma'arav, they're cognates. So it's just a matter of like like a consonantal shift, but you also have it with like riches because like asir means rich, but you also have ashir, which means rich, depending on the language. Like it has a lot of regional weight to it, depending on which region.
Yeah, and again, relating back to that Asherah and Ashur and thing of high value or high power.
Yeah, and then you also have, so the root for righteous, yashar, is only one root off, and like ashar, so like it has to do with this idea of shar, like because shar means straight, so yashar means to be straight or to be righteous, whereas ashar means I will be like straight, or like, in which case it means like in order, everything is okay, be in the whole notion of straight being correct and crooked being, like wicked or bad or sick. And so within this context, blessed is Asher and righteous is Yashar. And like what one of the terms that's used to refer to Israel, I think it's also used in Messianic language, is the term Yeshurun, which it's actually from Yashar, not from Yasha, which is the root of Yeshua. So it's not connected to the name of Jesus at all. It's Yashar, which means righteous. And I mean, you do definitely have notions of this that get embodied in Christianity, but they don't focus on the name Yeshua at all. Not that I've ever seen.
But you have those different attributes of the high God. You sort of have the conceptual overlap with like a ruler or a rule, straight, righteous, right angles. You know what I mean? There's a lot of
interesting
conceptual kind of interweaving. And the word for soul, earlier they talked about a soul for a soul. What's the word for soul? Is that one that's atma or something like that?
No, nefesh.
And so is that a sense of an everlasting soul? Is
No,
that
no, nefesh is like, it's the life that's in the blood, and so basically, once you stop breathing, you're like, you don't have a nefesh anymore. But the interesting thing is, nefesh can also refer to the body itself, like a person themselves, and by nature, their remains as well. So it's completely contextual. The way in which it's used determines its meaning.
Really change your lens on Yaakov. You're giving Yaakov a lot more responsibility for the conflict with Laban.
Yeah, and one of the things I think is so powerful about how the Torah does teach us is does it through this abstract case in Mishpatim. It doesn't say like, here's the story of Yaakov and Lavan, and here's who was right and who was wrong, and here's what they should have done. It says two men are fighting and they strike a pregnant woman. And it lets us think about that case in the abstract. And then we can find these parallels and then apply them to the case of Yaakov and Lavan and learn some things and use that language from the abstraction to deal with a more complicated case. And then we can use all of that and use that to give us language to try to deal with the situations in our own lives. And there's something that is really comforting about how the Torah validates the complexity of it all and validates that there isn't always one clear right answer.
All right, we're almost done. We just have like basically just like one more thing to go through.
I thought Jacob had like 60 kids or something like that.
No, where'd you? Oh, you're thinking of 70?
Yeah, no, I was thinking 70, so yeah.
No, so what that is that's because banim or b'nai just refers to the offspring or descendants. So it's his 12 sons, and their descendants, which ended up being 70 total. But realistically, so it's the 70 sons of Yisrael versus the 70 sons of El.
Yeah, I was going to say, no parallels there at all. I was going to say, how many daughters did Jacob have?
One.
Just one.
Well, maybe. What I've
That we
what
know
I've
of.
noticed is that in the beginning, they're saying who the father and the daughter and the children are, and later on, they stop mentioning who the wife was, who the daughters were, and they're only after a while there is no more record
What do you?
of the women.
That's not true.
I
They still record the women. It's just they don't record from the women. They record from the man, but they do record women from the man.
yeah, but they're not recording the wives.
They're not recording so much the daughters anymore. They're recording who the wives are, but they're not saying who the daughters are, and you can't trace a matrilineage.
Okay.
It also depends on whether it's like a direct genealogy or whether it's just a genealogy as part of a larger narrative.
Well, these are the ones where they just list on forever who begat, and then after a while it changes. In the beginning, there was all the detail. Later, just about the male figure mainly.
See what I can find. Oh, this should be good.
Mazel tov, my daughter just graduated with a master's degree in psychology from arguably the best university in Israel for her particular field. Nearly all the other students there were from very secular backgrounds in Tel Aviv and Hod HaSharon, and she was one of less than a handful of Orthodox women there. When someone asked her to speak about her background, she said, "I'm married to an Avrech, a Torah scholar, who immerses himself in Torah night and day, and I have no interest in changing who I am." She said, "I'm different to you. I respect you, and I respect what you have to teach me here, but I've no interest in becoming like you. And if I do become like you, then we'll both have lost. Because I treasure my religious values and my way of life, and you need skilled Orthodox women professionals in this particular field." She told me that she would never even dreamt of doing this master's in such an environment had it not been for her upbringing. Our house, thank God, has always seen a procession of Shabbos guests of all shapes, sizes, and persuasions, the weird and the wonderful. You can bring up your children in one of two ways. An alternative is to try and insulate them totally, to cut yourself off to the maximum degree from any negative lures of the secular world. But even this might not be hermetic enough. Alternatively, you can face the challenges of the modern world and give your children a pride and a love of Torah Judaism, and hope and pray very hard that you'll inoculate them against the cesspools of society. There's no guarantee in either choice. Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky comments on this week's Torah portion that Yaakov learned two Torahs, so to speak. One was the teachings of his father Yitzhak, which he learned in the first 63 years of his life. This was a Torah where father and son learned together in an atmosphere hermetically sealed from the corruption of Canaan. However, to survive the spiritually toxic environment of Charan, in the company of Laban and his cohorts, Jacob needed the Torah of Shem and Ever. For Shem had lived together with the generation of the flood, and Ava had lived together with those who built the Tower of Babel. Yaakov's sojourn of 14 years in the yeshiva of Shem and Ava inured him to the spiritual dangers of Charan. To be a Jewish parent in today's world is an unprecedented challenge. To succeed, we also need those two aspects of Torah. We need the unshakable hermetic commitment and faith in the Torah that was given to us at Sinai. We need to study it with all our strength and fulfill all its mitzvahs, its commandments, down to their finest details, and not give way. And we also need the Torah of love, of tolerance, and of compassion. We need to be there for our children with unconditional love, however difficult life may be for them. We must inspire and we must be inspired. And with these two Torahs, and with a lot of prayer and the help of Hashem, we'll protect our nearest and dearest from the worst that the world has to offer.
You know, it's interesting because I relate to that, but in the opposite, where it's like I'm surrounded by a lot of religious people, and yet I have no interest in being like them. But in the same way, I feel like they benefit from me being different because I give them a perspective they wouldn't ever consider.
And Rachel keeping the idols.
So sorry, yeah.
Just seemed to be a retention of the tradition, and clearly they were statuettes, able to be mobile.
Yeah, the only thing is it's been interpreted away where the reason she did that was because she was trying to save her father, because she knew that once she left Haran that she wouldn't be able to stop her dad from worshiping idols, and so she felt responsible for him. But it's like,
no.
Yeah, that I'm sorry that, like, I understand why you'd think that if you didn't understand that, you know, our ancestors worshiped, or not even, see, that's the thing, they didn't even worship them, not in the way that people think. They were images, they were abstract, like in the same way that, like, when people if people see, like, you know, the name of Hashem, they're and you know they're using it to pray, they're not literally praying to the like the actual thing, but what it represents.
Yeah, and after the supposed Joshua phase of destroying the Asherah, there are still figurines found in archaeology of a male and female figure that are in the houses. I think they're usually clay, may sometimes be stone. And so for a long period after that, they still retained in a little Asherah figurine. Maybe the juniper poles had been eradicated or eventually were, but for a long time, they still have those figures on an altar in the home, which is kind of like with the skull thing of the ancestors.
The
great mother and the great father.
Honestly, I mean, this is my own pet theory, but I think that they were using hemp staves, like stalks of hemp fashioned into staves, as the Asherah poles, at least as the base of it, and then potentially, like, I think it could have been like a modular piece, not just one single piece.
When I think it all comes from this sacred trees, originally sacred trees.
Mm-hmm.
Like to see how people will tie their prayers onto the branches of the tree, and relates over to maypoles and totem poles that go back thousands and thousands of years. And what you get, you know, with the Christmas tree thing, it's all kind of the continuation, the idea of the sacred tree kind of as the world axis that connects the heavens and the earth.
If you want more
Yeah, it's interesting because of the whole idea that the temple is like that it represents the garden, and that the menorahs represent the trees. like
Yeah,
the
and the
tree
whole
of
tree
life
of
and the
life.
tree of
Yeah,
knowledge.
yeah, and that going back further to the Sumerian, the
Oh,
Pelupu tree, which I guess was a willow tree that Inanna, the serpent, was in the tree.
and then because there was also the serpent in the temple, and then maybe it's like, so it's interesting. So when it almost seems like that at the same time when the Moses narratives were, or like the Exodus narratives were introduced and used to justify the deitic reforms, that basically they what was it? Shoot, what were we just talking about? That what were we just talking about?
Raising the serpent upon the staff.
Oh, right. That might have been a way of justifying why they had the serpent in the temple, and then after the fact, they looked at that narrative and the fact that you're not supposed to have any idols, and despite the whole point of that narrative being to justify why there was the idol there, then the narrative created such a case where they then saw what previously was supposed to be justified by that narrative, then demonized by that very narrative, and so they got rid of it.
Yeah, and there was the original dichotomy between the Anzu bird, which is often more like a griffin type of thing, but it basically is clearly an eagle. And
Do
there
you
was
think there's
enmity.
any? Do you think there's any connection to the phoenix?
Yeah, the Bennu bird of the, related off the Phoenicians to the Egyptians, was a migrational thing when the birds migrated, and then the bird lands on the tree on the pole. So the pillars, the pillar of Osiris, relating, it's like wherever you set up a place, you start with a pole. Like,
Is this
okay, we're
connected to
here.
Thoth?
What's that?
Is this connected to Thoth?
Well, it all connects back and back and back, I think, to basically a sacred tree as a center, like where people would meet and marry and judge, have like group reconciliation, like what is it called? Working out issues between people. These things would happen as a landmark kind of a thing, but also kind of a holy power to the sacred tree, especially if it had been founded and someone was buried there that was an ancestor, even more so. But the eagle and the snake were in enmity in these early Sumerian myths, where it's the eagle, I think, eats the eggs of the snake, and then I forget whether it's Enki or Gilgamesh aids the snake to get back at the eagle, so the snake hides in a carcass of a bull, and then the eagle, and then now you have that with the eagle and the snake on the Mexican flag. You know what I mean? There's this enmity, but and you get that in the whole caduceus of the snake rising to the bird, and I think there's a certain recognition there that there's a similarity, and it represents evolution. That they see the reptilian aspect of the eagle being related to the snake, and as the lowest and the highest being. So it's all that alchemy that you get with the Kabbalah, not just left and right, but the highest and the lowest. And the union of that is the tree, because the eagle lives in the top of the tree, and the snake is kind of the roots of the tree and lives in the tree. So you have oneness when you have them all together.
Well, you have the strong parallels with Norse mythology, where you have the bird in the top of the tree and the dragon gnawing on the root and the squirrel that runs back and forth torturing the two of them.
Yeah.
And
And basically it's ancient shamanism. It's kind of one of the most remnants of, I think, original indigenous culture worldwide.
yeah, one of the levels of interpretation of myth that I have there is it's like consciousness. And you have like the snakes being like the base level of consciousness, and the eagle being like ascending the higher level, seeing things from on high, and you have the like with the caduceus and the turning, it's usually about 7 turns of the twistings going up there, and it's basically like a rising of the consciousness from the base level up to the eagle level and giving flight with the wings. That's
as
one of the
represented. Yeah,
yeah,
and
and that's one where you have the again, it's cross-cultural, the whole bird versus snake sort of battle tag.
and yeah, the Kundalini rises from the base chakra through the 7 chakras. It's what you're getting kind of depicted there. There also seems to be kind of a Gobekli Tepe, an identification over. They seem to kind of, this is one of you say they can't understand it without microscopes, but the spermatozoa, well, there's the phallus more macro level, but spermatozoa, and that as an initial stage of life, the snake as an initial stage, and then later on, how the fetus will develop limbs, it's all kind of, what is it, ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny or whatever.
Well, you also have, they could just go from the
nested
tadpole.
aspect of development of life.
The tadpole goes through those development stages too, from going from looking almost sperm-like to growing limbs and all of that. Tag.
Anyway, let's continue. Let's see what happens.
Blending of the salt water and the fresh water.
In this week's Parashah, Parashat Vayetze, we read about the story of Jacob, how he leaves his home and travels towards Charan, the strange vision of the ladder. But I want to focus on what happens when he arrives at Charan. He arrives early in the morning, and he notices that there are a bunch of shepherds who are all sitting around, lazing around with their sheep. Jacob is perturbed. These are obviously men who are employed to care for the sheep. A bunch of shepherds who are all sitting around, lazing around with their sheep. Jacob is perturbed. These are obviously men who are employed with their sheep. Jacob is perturbed. These are obviously men who are employed to care for the sheep. And he goes up to them and says, "Gentlemen, what's going on? Why aren't you working?" To which they respond and say, "We need to give our sheep water. However, there's this massive rock over the well and requires each and every one of the shepherds to gather together to shift the rock so we can give our sheep the water, and then we can go out and they can go and graze. So until everyone arrives, I'm sorry, we have to wait." And while Jacob is listening to this and their excuse, Rachel arrives with her flock of sheep. And Jacob is so taken by her that he walks up to the rock, shifts the rock out the way, and gives the sheep the water. And our rabbis comment and say, what was the reason? It was a heavy rock. And they responded by saying that the love of Jacob for Rachel gave him the power, the superhuman power, to move the rock. I would like to suggest an alternate answer, and that is that the rock was never that heavy, and the shepherds were just offering an excuse. And here is the important lesson. In life, there's always going to be excuses. There's always going to be that massive rock that's going to prevent you from doing what you have to do. I'm sorry, I would love to help, but I've got no time. I'm sorry, I would love to, but my schedule is too heavy. But if you analyze it, you'll probably find that you do have time. It's just a case of being motivated and wanting to do something. Our rabbis describe that the rock and the water in this scenario symbolize the rock of the water is the symbol of Torah. Mayim Chayim is described as the Torah. The rock are the Mayim Chayim is described as the Torah. The rock is the impediment, the blockage, the excuse that prevents us from achieving our learning and our growth and of our spiritual growth. And every one of us has that rock that is sitting on top of the well. The excuses are plenty. But if we actually do and walk a little bit closer and discover what exactly is the rock, we make a little bit closer, plenty. But if we actually do and walk a little bit closer, and every one of us has that rock that is sitting on top of the well. The excuses are plenty. But if we actually do and walk a little bit closer and discover what exactly is the rock, we may just find that it's just made out of paper mache. And all it is a rock of excuse. May we be like Jacob and merit the ability
Not in
to
every
shift
way,
those
though.
rocks to allow us to engage with our spirituality, our community, ourselves, and drink the living waters. Shabbat Shalom. Hi, this is Rabbi Leah, and if you've enjoyed the content of the sermons and the ideas that have been expressed in the YouTube video, please hit that subscription button and notification bell and share the videos with friends. We'd love to grow the channel and love to engage with you. Please share your comments in the section below. I'd love to hear from you. Have an amazing day.
All right.
One area that jumped out to me there is the parallels with Moses, with the idea of getting water from the rock sort of concept. Again, don't know the significance. I just never noticed before. Tag.
Yeah. So with this case, it's like it's a cover stone, like a lid.
Oh, I know, and it's, like I said, I'm just noticing the comparisons. I'm not drawing any conclusions from. Yeah, the parallels. Yeah.
All right. So here, let's finish this up. So it goes till, I just want to make sure where it is. Oof. That is 20. So 27. All right. So let's see. ויבוא יעקב מן השדה בערב, ותצא לאה לקראתו, ותאמר אלי, תבוא שכרתיך בדודי בני, וישכב עמה בלילה ההוא. וישמע אלוהים אליה, וטהר ותלד ליעקב בן 50, ותאמר נתן אלוהים שכרי אשר נתתי שפחתי לאישי, ותקרא שמו יששכר, וטהר עוד לאה, ותלד בן 60 ליעקב, ותאמר לאה, זבדני אלוהים אותי, זבד טוב, הפעם יסבלני אישי, כי ילדתי לו 6 בנים, ותקרא את שמו זבולון. ואחר ילדה בת, ותקרא את שמה דינה, ויזכור אלוהים אלוהים את רחל וישמע אליה אלוהים ויפתח את רחמה ותהר ותלד בן ותאמר אסף אלוהים את חרפתי ותקרא את שמו יוסף לאמור יוסף אדוני לי בן אחר ויהי כאשר ילדה רחל את יוסף ויאמר יעקב אל לבן שלחני ואלך אל מקומי ולארצי תנה את נשי ואת ילדי אשר עבדתי אותך בהן ואליך כי אתה ידעת את עבודתי אשר עבדתיך ויאמר אליו לבן אם נא מצאתי חן בעיניך ניחשתי ויברכני אדוני בגללך. And I'm pretty sure that's let's see. Yep. Okay, so let's just where are we? Okay. And Yaakov came in from the field in the evening and went out to see Leah and greet her. And Leah went out to greet him and said to him, "Come, you're to come because I've surely hired you with the mandrakes of my son," and she laid with him that night. And God God heard Leah, and she became pregnant, and she bore to Jacob a fifth son. And Leah said, "God has given my wage, given me my reward, or my pension that I have given my handmaid, for having given my handmaid to my husband." And what's interesting is she names the son from her handmaid Asherah, which is almost probably like in reverence to Asherah. So it's almost like she's blessing. Because notice here, Elohim within this whole parallel I put forward would be Asherah, whereas what is this? What was the other ones? Like Elohe, Avraham, or like any of the like God of the fathers would be El. Elohim would be like would be a sublimation of the goddess Asherah, and then Yahweh Elohim would be Yahweh or Baal. But let's see, where are we? So God or Asherah has given me my reward because I have given my handmaid to my husband and called his name and so she called his name Yisachar because it means like what is this? There is yesh sakar. There is reward. And Leah became pregnant again, and she bore him a sixth son to Jacob. Not him, but bore a sixth son to Jacob. And Leah said, "Zavadeni Elohim," like exalted, choice, bestowed, endowed. Elohim or Asherah has bestowed bestowed me with a gift, with a good gift. This time, I will be exalted by my husband because I bore him 6 sons. Every time she says, "I bore him this many sons, he'll love me this time," and she called his name Zebulun, and after, and lastly, she bore a daughter, and she called her name Dinah. That's kind of it sucks. Doesn't say why she named her Dinah. And Vayizkor, and God remembered Rachel and heard her, and God heard her and opened her womb, and she became pregnant, and she bore a son, and called and said, God has gathered my, it says taken away, but like gathered away my 𝐤�𐤐𐤀 disgrace. One second. Let's see. Wait, where are we? Taking away my disgrace. And she called his name Joseph and said, I don't, may, so it's interesting because here it says, notice this, Elohim or Asherah has taken away my disgrace. And so she named him Joseph, which is to say, Lemor Yosef, I don't know. Like, she could have just said Yosef because Yosef means gathered, but notice how here it says, oh, wait, no. Yeah, Yosef means to increase. The point is she could have just, you don't have to say Adonai here, but the point is by saying it, you're implying this change in, manifestation of God. And I don't know, it's interesting because it's like, you could just say, because God, you could just repeat God, but like Elohim, but it's a different form.
Kind of like is carried on later with Yeshua, Jesus, as a manifestation.
That's how Christians see it, yeah. But the reason, I mean, like
could it be different? Could it be different regional usages of invoking God? Sort of like,
Well, I mean, like what this says to me is this is calling back to a time before, like because even though the two get equated within the Hebrew Bible, it's still clear that there's these like these motifs that they like it was clearly a choice to have these being paralleled. Because where it says taken away, gathered, and then so basically there's two different explanations here for the name Joseph. One is an explanation for Elohim, one is for Yahweh.
You know of the parallels with the Joseph story and the Jesus story of the sold for 20 pieces of silver and 30 pieces of silver, and I think of some of the other. There's at least 5 or 6 details that
both went to Egypt is another.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't think I've seen any, but any other ones where it's where it has this like parallelism between the two, or this contrast rather.
Then of course the Moses as a in Joseph parallel, a lot of parallels there.
Oh. Okay, so so may Adonai increase for me another son, and so it was as Rachel bore Joseph that she said that Yaakov said to Laban, "Send me, and I will go to the place, to my place and to my land." Give me give me my wives and my children, that I have served you for them, or served you for them, and I will go, because you know that I am your servant, or you know that I have served you, that you know that I have served I've served you as I have served you. For you know what, and he said, to him, and Laban said to him, if it pleases you, if you please, if I find favor in your eyes, I have divined nachash. I have divined or serpented. That I've been blessed by Adonai because of you. Anyway, it's maybe galal can also be done, but it can be on account. So anyway, on that note, anyone have any? Yeah.
So serpented divination there.
Yeah. So nachash is the root of divination, but it also is the word for serpent.
Uh-huh.
So what are your thoughts about that?
It's just many signs pointing back to the older indigenous shamanistic magic, plant magic stuff, animal magic there.
Well, you got to incorporate what works.
Yeah. Otherwise, how are you going to get people to follow your new religion?
Yeah, well, I mean, they seem to even be fully not just using using it as a ploy. I mean, that's what you could say in the writing, but if in the idea that are actually doing any of that they didn't have these conceptual separations that accrue later, that they were using all the tools, and there there would be a god that would become the new high god, that would become the new main god, but amongst the others. They didn't necessarily say the others weren't also beings with power, but that
Totally.
I've got the one big new one with all the mojo.
Any
And
thoughts,
yeah,
Prem? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I don't know. Just that again with the retention of the idols thing, and the women's religion. There was sort of women's religion, and then the men's religion. Like with the what is it, the Berbers and stuff, and in various cultures, the women have their own language. There's a women's language and a man's language. and that's how women have preserved things that the men can't understand what they're talking about.
Well, I was going to say the women's traditions normally it's very verbal, taught mother to daughter and such, even without a separate language. The part that kind of jumps out at me is how Rachel taking the idols seems similar to Jacob with the stealing of the birthright. Sort of like she's taking her birthright with her without her father's permission / blessing.
Also paralleling Abraham and Terah. Where he smashes the idols rather than take them.
Yeah, different parallel technique, but definitely.
But it also, I mean, she's leaving home, and that's her way of retaining, everything, the essence of home life. Like say in the dwellings, there would be it was after they adopted Yahweh, but they still kept Asherah, that they would have the two figurines in the home. And then if you moved somewhere, that's the first, that's the center of the new home, is taking those figurines or fashioning new figurines for the new home. Kind of, again, that hearth of the ancestors idea.
Imagine if it was something like Laban's wife, that it was her idols, and then she died, and so that's the only thing that he has to remind him of her. And then so his daughter takes it, and now he's mad because he doesn't know if she's taking it, but he thinks that someone's stolen his his wife's precious things.
Yeah, it would probably, and it again, it kind of shows it maybe being more on the mother's line. And I guess if they were metal, there would be the scenario of whether they would be melted down, but there's no suggestion of that.
Anyway, anyone have any last thoughts before we close out?
Nope, it was fun as always.
Just another first of the account of like surrogacy. Well, I guess not the first example there.
All right. Well, on that note, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu torat emet v'chayei olam nata betochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. So on that note, I'll see y'all, ideally in less than 24 hours, because I am trying to catch up, and we did half of a chapter, or entire Parshah today. Well, more than half.
What are you studying, and where are you going?
What do you mean?
Your university and your topic, your subject.
Religious studies major, anthropology minor.
Okay. Yeah, I saw the one little short video where you were showing Asherah's nipple, and you said the letters. You said the letters of the university, but
I'm at ASU.
What is that, Arizona?
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't in Israel?
No, I wish.
Okay. I see. Okay.
But yeah. Anyway, on that note, take care, everyone. And
bye-bye.
Yeah. Where is it?
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year.